Wondering how to make a play all night, looking your way from out of sight, thinking I should ask if you're doing alright. You weren't easy, so hard to ignore. Pull up on your right, ask what you're drinking, ask what you like. Said you look good in the dim bar light, so damn cheesy. Who'd have thought you'd fall for somebody like me? When you asked my name, I panicked, so out of my league. And your body was so magnetic. Before I knew it, we talked and I think about you a cocktail. You told me that you've been waiting for somebody like me. Somebody like me. Somebody like me. Took you out and showed you the city. How would you let somebody so pretty's what they said to me? Yeah, that's what they said to me. Well, they told me I didn't stand a chance, yeah. Face value, had you at a glance, yeah. But nobody ever asked if you could dance, yeah. Well, only one who did that was somebody like me. When you asked my name, I panicked, so out of my league. And your body was so magnetic. Before I knew it, we talked and I think about you a cocktail. You told me that you've been waiting for somebody, somebody like me. You told me that you've been waiting for somebody like me. You told me that you've been waiting for somebody, somebody like me. Somebody like me.
Baby, can you pray, pray tonight? Baby, can you pray, pray for us? Oh, baby, can you pray? 'Cause every time you make time, it's only to the end. So pray tonight. So you won't know, no, 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 yeah. For every round that we had, turn and I know it.
Hey, what it do? What it do? It's your boy Q. Welcome on back to some Frost Esports. We've got the Whiteout series here, number 13, on the desk with me today. Happy. How you doing, homie?
I'm doing oh so well. Haven't been on these broadcasts in a while, and no, your eyes are not deceiving you. I am in a classroom. It's really hard to find places to cast on campus, but they thought they could keep me out of it, but I always come back. I'm here. I'm on the desk. This is you can't stop me from doing what I love to do, and I am back. I'm loving it. So happy.
See, I thought you were bringing the whiteboard out that way when we took like tech pauses and stuff. You could, kind of move back and kind of show us some stuff on the whiteboard. But yeah, we're here in the semifinals, our first semifinal matchup here. We're
Mhm.
going to be seeing Adore Kaizen and X13 GG. Now, one thing I did notice that Adore Kaizen hasn't really been put to the test much at all since at least their first round match against MFN. Otherwise, they've honestly kind of been cruising pretty well, able to fly through their brackets here. Whereas X13 GG actually got taken into overtime in their last round, going 12-14, and they also had a bye here. So they've already kind of been put to the test here. Adore Kaizen maybe hasn't. I'm gonna be like interested to see how this plays out.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And that buy from X13 as well. I have seen them in these whiteout weeklies a couple of times before, and they normally do, live up to the hype. They have that buy for a reason because they're a pretty highly seeded team. As for Adore Kaizen, well, also very quality as well. Maybe they didn't have that buy necessarily, but like you mentioned, they might as well have. They haven't been tested super tough in any of their games up to this point. Not necessarily to say the teams they played against were bad. Probably and
Right.
hopefully Adore Kaizen are just really good. I'm looking forward to hopefully them playing some of the best Valorant we'll see all day, and X13 as well, because we've got quite this spicy matchup coming up ahead of us, and the map bans have been completed. We'll be going to Haven for this one between X13 and Adore Kaizen, and I'm very interested in seeing how this one turns out.
Yeah, I gotta be honest with you. I always love seeing Haven when it is brought out because on a lot of maps, typically what you're looking at is that middle lane is really more meant for rotating and kind of allowing to set up for one side to the other. Whereas Haven, sometimes you do have to play a little lighter on that A and C site. And because B you can actually plant there, right? So I feel like it's a map where, especially since we're in the semifinals, it really puts our teams to the test here. I'm gonna be really intrigued to see what kind of strategies we see come out here.
Yeah. A thing I've seen a lot on Haven is sort of these aggressive retake strategies, especially like you mentioned the B site. It's not too difficult most times to get a plant down there because it's hard to hold, but at the same time, on the back end of that, it's really hard to hold in the retake scenario as well. So teams will go for very aggressive comps and just kind of play super quickly to try and get those retakes and also get those aggressive attacking pushes. So in a lot of situations, this can be really one-sided towards the team that has those better retakes, has that more aggressive comp, and already seeing Captain locking in that Neon, just about the most aggressive agent you can go for, immediately locked in for X13. Or not for
Yeah,
X13, rather, for Adore Kaizen.
Yeah, this should be interesting. I mean, I've really been enjoying seeing Neon. I mean, they've obviously been in the meta here for quite some time, but you
Mm.
combine them with maybe some smokes that we can come in from Omen, or maybe they're running different lanes, possibly with this being on Haven, obviously with this having 3 different points. But Neon gives you a lot of different options here. And it does look like, as far as on the opposite side from X13, I was gonna say we might be looking at a Jet, which is kind of a different sort of entry, but no, instead going to be seeing a potential chamber. Not seeing one yet here from, there it is. Yeah, actually now from
There it is,
Adorkai. I
yeah.
was going to say, yeah, I would be surprised if we didn't have one, especially, having those 3 sites definitely makes sense for us to probably be seeing a double chamber on this map for sure.
Yeah, the chamber is very. I know they nerfed him a little while ago, but still very powerful, very strong, especially when in the hands of an incredibly high level player. And right now, we're watching a pretty high level tournament. Crying
Choose your
already locking it
agent.
in for Adore Kaizen. We've got 10 seconds left still. Yet to see one picked for both sides. It's likely to be mirror comps other than those different duelists, as it looks like Angel going to go for the breach, and Fluky has in fact locked in the chamber for the attacking side. And yeah, we see the exact comp on both sides, except the Neon and Arrays are the difference between those two, just choosing different ways to get into it. And I know Neon is very effective on Haven from what I've seen. So it's going to be exciting to see how those two agents can like make a difference, because that's the only real difference between these comps.
Yeah, I always enjoy seeing when you have, almost a mirror comp and then you have just that one difference, right? Because like you were just saying there, it kind of lets you know what are the different strategies that can be built just off of one solo agent. And I would imagine with the Rays maybe playing just a little, maybe not so much passive, but a little bit more together versus where you had mentioned, Neon, definitely a very aggressive sort of agent here. But here we go, getting ready to start off Adore Kaizen versus X13 GG for our semifinals here in our Whiteout event. And let's get ready to rumble, ladies and gentlemen.
It's going to be a fun one here. That's definitely for sure. Is already, we've got Adore Kaizen starting on the defensive side. It's X13 GG choosing to go for that, or maybe not necessarily choosing to go for that attacking side, but X13 will start there all the same, whether it's what they were looking for or not. Just going to get into the pistol. A couple of investments in a Ghost, one Frenzy actually should be noted on Captain, and that makes sense because you're going to be able to force those close range engagements on that Neon because you can get so aggressive and push out so quickly, but instead it's actually going to be Nico, the duelist on the opposite side, pushing up, able to get a quick kill out mid, and they want to go to B with this one, it looks like.
And you can see they try to enter in off of that Haunt as well, coming in once you had the first frag. Angel still holding it down, though, and for that reason, actually going to be seeing potential rotation. It looks like maybe towards our A side here, trying to. Then the question becomes, of course, if you go A, are we going long or are we going towards that short side itself? Right now, if they were to push quickly, A is wide open, but of course, we know that we have the benefit of, the mini map and all that, being able to see exactly where everyone's at. But, depending on how long they wait, we can actually see, right now, we have both Angel as well as Captain moving in, trying to rotate in. Fluky moving in as far as with that Headhunter, trying to see if we can make anything shake with it. But Captain turns and gets two of them things.
Ooh, so nice there.
Here. That's really, really nice.
30 seconds left.
Now it's just Schroed left in a 1 versus 3. Can't make anything of it either. Captain gets all 4 as they try to push into A, but it's to no avail. Big round win there. And Captain basically taking that single-handedly with that Frenzy. Sure, if they had gone down, it might have been recoverable by teammates, but just making it so easy if you get 4 with that Neon Frenzy in that situation. And now, going to have all the econ in the world into this next round, which is going to make it oh so simple in this bonus round for the side of for the Kaizen side.
Yeah, and some might even say that we got to see the captain there going a little bit of a frenzy with the frenzy. Some might even say, but now starting off round number 2, looks like we're gonna be seeing a little bit more of an aggressive push this time around from X13, really trying to move right on into B, as we see not even worrying about anything, just holding still on that plant, gonna try and wait on this retake. Captain on the backside, only able to get one before Weekend finds the head.
Yeah, is able to get that one, and Fluky as well. Could have gone a little cleaner, a little more quickly with that kill, but gets it all the same, though. Is taken down on the other end, though. That's Shade able to find that one now. The retake should be in for Adore Kaizen. They've got the weapons advantage, at least as far as we can tell, and the only one left is Nico, but he's got 2. Paint shells into the smoke, might be able to do it, but not quite, because Shade has moved away, now swinging the angle. That just is not a fight he's going to lose in that situation. Big kill for the Omen at the very end, and a lot closer than it really could have been, but still around in the bonus for Adore Kaizen. As well, you want to see a bit more of a convincing one when you have that much of a gun advantage, but I mean, hey, neither side is disappointed with that round, because for Adore, you got the round win. That's what you're looking for.
Yeah, I mean, I would definitely have to agree. When you go win, especially on that bonus, we saw they were obviously invested a lot more than we had seen on the opposite side. Would have preferred to keep a couple of rifles in hand, especially because this round, obviously, as we are going to be seeing from X13 GG rifles all the way across the board, not quite the same story for Adore Kaizen here, but it looks like maybe trying to go for just a little bit more of a default even here, obviously knowing that the guns advantage is not going to be in their side. We see Captain, we see Aab, both pushed up here right up against A-Long, trying to see if they might be able to catch somebody out of position. But right now, trying to see if they can just play it patient is Adore Kaizen.
Yeah, Kaizen definitely playing this one very, very aggressive towards A. Same thing can be said, though, or not necessarily aggressive, but definitely towards A for X13 as the fast lane goes out for your Neon, trying to make it as hard as they can make it for the A-Long push to come out. The Captain is only able to get one before going down, and everyone else towards A has gone down as well. So it's just Angel and Cryan, and it's 2 versus 4. They don't have the best guns in this round either because, well, you don't need to invest much into this round. You just take what you had last round, and this is a round that X13, considering the guns coming into it, makes sense that they're able to take that. Well, not necessarily over just yet, but with a spike plan on A, it's looking pretty rough for Adore Kaizen right now.
Yeah, and I'm actually going to need you to hold on to this for a moment, Happiness, because I can't see anything. I'm frozen. I'm going to need to restart my PC again.
Oh, no. All right, well, it's the happy solo cast until Q comes back and tells me anything other than that. That's a solid round win there for X13, and they're able to sort of put themselves back into the game a little bit. But, you know, that's kind of expected in a round like that with the guns coming into it for, you know, that side on Adore Kaizen. It makes sense that they didn't really do too much because for those of you who, you know, don't know about the strategy in Valorant, you invest what you can into that round 2, but you don't quite have the econ yet to get those big guns. So in round 3, as opposed to wasting a lot of money or potentially wasting a lot of money, risking an investment into round number 3, you just take whatever you saved in round 2 and use it in this one. This time around, though, Captain's been doing well enough to get the ulti, but not well enough to get more than just one with said ulti, as the overdrive. It's only good enough for the one. Maybe has gone down, but Captain's gone down as well, and so far, Captain has been easily the most influential player on the side of Adore Kaizen, so we'll have to hope that they can make a comeback here, but it's not looking too good. Fluky, and we can get 2, but oh my! Shade gets 3 in a row, and now the Omen has just given their team such a better chance on the round. Adore with the advantage, but Nico has a sneaking suspicion that Shade is still around, but here's Cryan, gets that kill, knows Shade's in the corner, has him dead to rights, a double headshot for your Rays, and that's a massive clutch to get X13, even with Kaizen at 2 rounds apiece. What a huge round there from X13. A massive success at the very end. It got pretty sketchy in there for just a little bit. Definitely looked shady as a result to Shade having a fantastic performance, able to get all 3 on the push down C long, but not able to finish things off. And, well, really nice job for Nico, expecting the right angles, pre-aiming the right spots, and that sort of a situation. Not going to lose that. When you're pre-aiming those correct spots as Cryan tries to chow the opposing Omen, but issue is peeking an operator with a headhunter. Maybe you could stand a chance if you're just that guy, but it seems Cryan not so fortunate in this round, and already advantage to X13 as Adore need to get back into the C site, and because they have a weapon disadvantage, a player disadvantage, it's just 1 Phantom for Shade in this round. Otherwise, it's pistols, just slightly upgraded pistols, and you might have a little bit of utility, but you're not really going to have enough to break into the site, but they don't really seem discouraged by that. They're going to try and push in regardless, or at the very least, look for some exit frags as they're coming in from defender spawn, but paint shells have just wiped out 3. Nico with an absolute asteroid towards defender spawn, and Schroed's able to get the last one onto Angel as well. It's a 3-2 lead now for X13, establishing some dominance, and it's Nico at the helm doing so well in these past couple of rounds. Now it's the first lead for X13 of the game so far, and they're probably going to hold it if they keep playing anything like how they've been playing so far. As we're still just waiting on Q to get back into it. I think everything will be all right.
I'm loading. I'm trying.
I was just waiting for you to say something, and then maybe you'd...
Yeah, I didn't want to jump in and try and jump in and call in the game seasons. I'm still trying to load up. I don't know what it is. I'm going to have to figure out why. Because actually, I was thinking about it last time I was over here on Frost. My PC did the same thing a couple rounds in too, so I'm not sure exactly what's up. But
your PC just hates Frost Esports. I don't know.
It's too cool over here, and it freezes up my PC. I don't know what to tell you.
Oh my gosh. The puns are on point tonight. The puns are absolutely on point.
I graduated from Dad University a couple of years ago, and I've just been, rolling on with the dad jokes since. But give me just me now. I heard X13 is in the lead, yeah?
Yeah, they're in the lead, and they've got the first kill in this round as well. Angel goes down on the side of Adore Kaizen, and Fluky's able to get 1 more as well. So X13 start off well, but IU not going to let the round go that easily. The Fade is able to get 1 more for Adore Kaizen, so 3 versus 2 is Fluky pushing out C-Long. It looks like a rotate towards there, but Captain is here, and well, absolutely in control of his side. Oh, he's got 3 in a row. maybe, and Schroed both go down, and now it's just Weekend. 1 versus 2. Could he possibly work this out to get yet another clutch for X13? They 1v2'd earlier towards the C
30
site,
seconds
but
left.
Cryan now wrapping from defender spawn. This could be huge, and in fact it is. Oh, never mind. Weekend actually wins that, so it's a 1 versus 1 with Captain. Just gonna try and run over to Garage to throw off this angle. 1v1. Q, if you're back in, you can take us through this one.
Yeah, this is tough here. We had seen, unfortunately, not able to win the first 1v1 was our team from Kaizen here. So Cap's going to have to wrap around. X13 knows exactly where to look, and that's going to be a 4-piece here for the 4th round for X13 GG right now on a roll.
Oh, they're doing so good. That's 2 1v2s in the past 2 or 3 rounds. I forget. No, Nico's was in round number 4 to get them back to even. So unless I've got some kind of memory loss thing or whatever, it's in the last 3 rounds, they've got 2 1v2s at the very end to win these rounds. So Nico and WKD, which I know you said Weekend. I'm just going to go with that because WKD sounds like way too long of a name.
It rolls
for
off the
anyone
tongue
to
so
expect
much
me to say.
easier. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's
So
3
much
syllables either way, so we'll just roll with it.
Teleport stopped.
You can see here, it does look like they're going to be doing a very, very quick push over onto this A side. I don't know if they realize that they've got this much room, but now actually coming towards the backside here, actually, you can see moving in is our team. Oh, actually, they've got 2 down. This is absolutely huge. The Spike's already down, unfortunately, but actually, you see X13 Nico on a run here. You've actually now turned this down to a 3v2 here. Stop
You
it.
have, and Fluky's going to make it even better. The Headhunter to finish him off. And the 5-2 lead now that X13 really seems to be on a roll. And when your Chamber's hitting shots like that, you really, really have to figure out how you're going to deal with that on the opposite side because, well, Adore Kaizen, they had a really solid pistol off the back of a 4K from Captain and then a follow-up round that was really a lot closer than it should have been, considering the guns into that one. And then since then, it's been all X13 all day. Granted, it's not been a blowout. There have been plenty of close rounds. Like I mentioned before, two of these last now 4 rounds have been won off the back of 1 versus 2 clutches where it looked like Adore Kaizen were in the driver's seat. But they just kind of lose that control towards the end if they even get it in the beginning. But that last round was just, it seemed like all X13 all day. And then towards the end, it only got better and better as Adore Kaizen need to figure out what to do. It's a bit of a default leaning towards C site this time from X13, but that's where the Adore Kaizen defense is leaning as well, so that might be good.
Yeah, the one thing that is going to be interesting here, this is a huge round for Adore Kaizen, right? Because right now, X13, they've got the 5 rounds. Next round that they win means that they, every win after that is a bonus for the first half. And if you do not win this round here as Adore Kaizen, the Econ's not really going to be in a great position here for you. So you're in a spot where this round really means a lot because if you do not win here, 6 turns into 7 very, very quickly.
Oh yeah, especially quickly, and well, it's not looking good for Adore in this round as X13 already with a spike plan on C. Although there was a lot of presence here, it wasn't able to do too much for Adore as Angel able to get 1 into Fluky, but 2 players watching that jump out a window. That does mean, though, that the C long push is only going to be guarded by 1 player. Captain does get taken down. Maybe has actually able to double that up there. So now Nico has a sneaking suspicion as to exactly where to go to get Angel dead and to get a 6th round for X13. It's been so good these past 6 rounds. And like you said, everything from here on out is just that win of the half and more and more and more. And especially this next round is not looking good because, again, like you mentioned, the money's not really there for Adore.
Yeah, right now we're going to be looking at, sheriffs across the board, a couple of, probably shields, maybe some half shields even it's looking like here as well, because after that, you've got to make sure you can put some pressure down. Now, on the reverse side of things over for X13, obviously we're going to be seeing Vandals, Phantoms, full shields, going to be seeing some utility. You might even potentially be seeing the Showstopper coming out here. I mean, there's a lot available for our X13 to continue to keep this pressure down. We're only in round 13. We're going to be needing to see Angel make a play here, especially because the Showstopper is out, shoots the Sheriff, gets the headshot here, and we can see trying to fight back is our team from Adore Kaizen.
Yeah, and they're doing a decent job at it. Cryan's got 1, chooses to pop the Tour de Force as well, and maybe that is a good chance, or a good choice, because Ayub has given them a way in, but Cryan, that's just such a tragic miss there. Prowler goes out to try and scout into the site, but it's not looking like a good push, and Fluky's actually lined up 2 at the very end, just for style points. Shade and Ayu both die at the same time, probably to the same bullet as well, all things considered. And that's a 7th round for X13. This next one for Adore Kaizen is going to be so important, because if they can't win this here, it's another round after this where they really can't afford anything. And I think they know that, because they're just about to call their timeout.
Yeah.
And Adore really, really need to just talk things out and figure out what's our problem. How can we get to even like 4 or 5 at this point is the best you can really do.
Yeah, this is going to be this is definitely going to be tough here, right? Because if you can't lay it down here, it gets ugly pretty quick, because you're already at 7, right? And you win here. You had mentioned, Econ's not going to be in your side, so 7 turns to 8, 8 then turns to 9. You could potentially be looking at a 10-2 half. And for a team that we know hasn't really been tested here for a while, Adore Kaizen, this has to be your wake up time right now at this halftime.
It really does. And the thing that tells me a lot is that ever since we've had these legit gun rounds, it's been all X13 all day. And again, like I mentioned before, Adore Kaizen have been keeping a couple of these rounds really close. But the issue is when you can't pull out those rounds like that, you get stuck consistently on half buys and meh buys. And if you're Adore Kaizen, the issue that I've noticed is that they'll go for retakes at disadvantages, but it feels like they need to be more decisive as to whether they want to send everybody off the site and just play for the retake 5 versus 5, or try and hold out the site itself, because it feels like a couple players are getting caught in limbo and sort of being like, I want to stay here, but it might be smarter to retake. So they're not playing aggressive enough either in the retake or in the actual defense of the site itself, and they're getting punished as a result by X13's superior decisiveness. Not even necessarily superior play, but here comes a push again for X13.
Yeah, we see them playing super aggressive, really investing a lot to get this push around the corner. We see Nico gets one, Schroeds gets one. Unfortunately, X13 just laying it down, not allowing them to really get any sort of entry in. Or sorry, is it now allowing to get themselves into the site? I'm just saying, I'm sorry, I said that backwards. They get the spike down, and it just seems like X13 in the driver's seat after those first 2 rounds. And it makes sense, right? You lose the pistol round, you usually lose the bonus round, but once the rifles have been rolling, it's just been a whole nother story.
It absolutely has, and in that situation, just completely, utterly overwhelmed by the X13 attack. It feels like there just isn't the utility here to slow anyone down. They're not able to stop this push. They've got the chamber util invested on A, so in that situation on C, you don't have anything that can really slow them down aside from maybe an Insomnia from your Omen, or, a couple of pieces of breach utility, but that's not going to stop them for too much longer. And in this situation, Shade is just going to duck right out of C, try and give up this site, but still playing pretty closely, and gets taken down. That's the issue. You need to just abandon the site if you're Shade in that situation. Try and play for that 5 versus 5 retake. Now, you have weapon disadvantage and man disadvantage coming into this post plant. It doesn't look good, and it only looks worse now that maybe got that kill.
Yeah, we do see, though, Angel was able to shoot the Sheriff. The question is, are they also going to be able to turn the corner and shoot the Deputy, because they're going to be the last one alive. They're able to get Nico here, so that's going to be 2, needing to get the last 3, but Fluky going to be able to put them down. And again, we're in the situation. You win the round, you leave 3 rifles standing. I mean, Econ, plenty good. This is the last round, of course, but we're going to be seeing a half shield as far as on Crying with the op, a half shield on Shade, as well as far as for the, their Vandal or their Phantom here. Whereas, on the X13 side, they can buy everything and anything they want here.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. No limits as to what X13 can do with their money coming into this half. But I wouldn't also not shock me if we were low on util on the side of the Adore Kaizen as well. So it would make sense as the Rolling Thunder coming into C. They know this is coming C. They've got 4 players here. This is where you need to stand up against it. But, well, all the utility that was dumped in, it was just a ruse, because although you have an advantage, it's a free plant on the A side. Okay, I don't know where Shroud was going necessarily there, but the free spike plant
He picked up the bomb there. That was big brain play.
Well, I didn't even realize.
Yeah, he started over there, picked up the bomb, and then gets back to A where they had secured it. Gets the bomb down. Here's the question, though. They have 3 still left on the side. Or, sorry, 2 still left on the side of X13. So are you going to at least be able to avoid the retake? You getting one. Weekend gets one, need two. You got to get just the last one who's at half health. We're going to be seeing the Haunt come out. Actually, two Haunts coming out on either side. The bomb, the time. We see doing the doses though. Going
Ring around the rosies.
Fortunately, Weekend going to be the one who wins that here. And that is a 10 round or 10, round half on the side of X13.
Okay, my arms are good.
And what a half that was. I mean, so many close clutches towards or through that whole half, and then especially that last one as well. Weekend with a 1 versus 3 at the very, very end to win that out, as Adore Kaizen looked so much better than usual. But really, that round, you have to give a lot of credit to Schroed as well, with such a big brain play that I didn't even know what was going on at first. TP's over the C site, picks up the bomb, then cancels TP, has bomb planted on A. Now, don't ask me why Nico sent himself straight into that C site with the bomb with a double blast back. I could not answer that question for you. But what I can say is that Schroed did a great job to recover that spike, and then a great job for Weekend as well. But we've got a pistol to get into here. First kill to X13.
Yeah, we see Captain trying to live life in the fast lane. Speaking about life in the fast lane, very quickly moving into the C site here is our squad from Adore Kaizen trying to get the bomb down. Got it down at least, but two trying to make their way through garage here. Schroed is going to at least help Nico as Nico picks up 2.
Yeah, Nico doing such a good job to get that double. Now peeking towards long as well. Do they know somebody's coming from garage though? No, but Captain misses a couple of shots, a little sloppy, but they get the defuse off regardless. So who cares where Captain is? We've just defused this spike. Might as well kill Captain to boot just for a little bit extra style points. X13. Clearly, things have not changed since the side swap, and they are continuing in their dominant ways. 11-2 lead for them now. Maybe Haven just wasn't the map for Adore Kaizen, or maybe they'll go on a 10-round streak of their own. Who knows? But for now, it's been disappointing, and I'm disappointed because I was looking forward to see Adore Kaizen at their best, and it's just been very unfortunate. And X13 have just been playing so well as well.
Now, what's also interesting is we are going to see Adore Kaizen actually force their buy, whereas, normally we see once you lose the first round, you're going to be under gun, but here, not in this case so much, but put in work with the rifle. We see a couple people moving. Schroed's in a beautiful spot. Drops, gets 2. Shade is going to be able to drop them, though, but still on the side of X13. It is 4 versus 2. They're going to try and get the bomb down. Angel going to turn the corner, is able to get Fluky down, but X13 turns the corner, gets 2, and is now on game point. And the Econ, they're not going to be able to buy anything on the side of AK here.
Yeah, that's the risk of a round like that. You force into the second one because you want to try and keep them off 12 for as long as you can. It made sense in that situation because now that you're at 12, you have to get 10 rounds in a row in this situation. And you might be thinking, you know what? We have confidence in our gun rounds. We'll let them get that extra round. But at this point, when you're on 2 rounds, you need to just try as hard as you can, put everything you can into every single round. But that does mean, though, that like you mentioned, there's not much coming into any of these rounds at all. 3 Spectres, a Stinger, and a Bulldog, and they're getting pushed on aggressively by X13.
And here we see, Schroed's going to win the first 1v1 here as well. So that does mean now the gun's advantage going to be an X13, although we do see they have a sight. The question is, can you avoid the retake? Fluky's going to turn the corner, going to be able to get the headshot as far as here. The question, even through the stun, are you going to be able to find Captain? The answer is no. Shade also finds one on the opposite side here, so it is going to be a 3v3 as we see the Haunt come out, get you the information that you need here for Weekend. Weekend gets 1, trying to play it through, not going to be able to find the second. Schroed helps him with that. Now last to the left to the last 1v1. Big from Ayub to be able to clutch that out.
Great play from Ayub in the clutch situation. This time around, it's the attackers still, except a different side, or a different team on the attacking side, making those clutch plays. And in this case, it's your fade of Ayub instead of your fade of WKD for X13, making that huge clutch play exactly when Adore Kaizen needed it. Now, has been having a rough game really from everybody but Captain standing out as their standout performer so far, but everyone else on Adore has just been, it's a little lacking, but that's the kind of big play you absolutely desperately needed in that situation, because Ayub doesn't win that out, and your game and your tournament is over. But you're not out of the woods just yet. You still got 9 more rounds to win in a row. This one's starting off with a 1-for-1 trade. Bye-bye, Captain. Bye-bye, Nico.
Yeah, Weekend though in a good spot. You see that Prowler went right past him. So if we see them not clearing this corner, especially if you got a patient trigger finger, you could potentially get one, if not even two. We see though the rifles advantage obviously going to be on the side of our offense here from Adori Kaizen. Looks like might be potentially looking to make a push down C long. We see Crying here trying to maybe make just a little bit of noise outside of the garage. And as you can see, that is going to be just enough to get maybe also to rotate over just a little bit more until they do opt to go back on that C. Now they're actually going to be on site, not rotating quick enough. This is tough for Adori Kaizen.
It's going to be tough, especially, but pushing out a C long, they've got an advantage in terms of 3 players pushing into 1, but they're taking such a long time to push out. They might be giving time to rotate, but it's not going to be a problem. Crying with one, Shade with another. Now Crying watching that last player inside the garage as Fluky tries to swing out with a shorty. Schroed has that good angle, though, and that might have just been an important gun donated over to the retake efforts. Ayub needs to get that kill there, but Fluky remains alive to tell the tale of losing all that HP. 2 versus 3. As it's Fluky and Schroed up against it, this could be the map win, and that's a pretty big smoke as well. Nobody remaining on that C site, and that could be a mistake, but nobody on the defuse. It doesn't matter, though. Fluky and Schroed are just going to win it with the guns. They've got a Vandal each, and they've got a big say in this round as Fluky finally going to hop on that defuse. Ayub can't hit the shots through the smoke. Does get the first one. Big flick as well. Spray transfer good for 2, and Adorer good for 4. It's still so far away, and it's just been such a big effort from Ayub to get clutch after clutch, but they're on the long and treacherous road to 12. It would be a miracle, but crazier things have happened.
I mean, we saw X13 go on a 10-round run, maybe see something in return and force this thing into overtime. I don't know. If they're
Yeah.
able to pull it off, I'm definitely here for it. But here we go, getting ready to
It's
start
it's
round
also interesting
17.
because X13, their first 2 attack rounds were off of, or a few of their first attack rounds were off of big clutches. Same thing here for Adore Kaizen.
Does look like going to be trying to maybe sit back a little bit more for a maybe potential default, or just trying to, but we see quickly turn around. Nico finds themselves one. The Haunt's going to come out. We see also getting stunned, but they're able to fall back before the Prowler comes in. That's big. We are also seeing a lot of utility invested right now. So if you're not able to turn this corner, and yeah, especially if that spike goes down, this could be trouble.
Oh, it's looking like trouble indeed. Is Captain only able to get the one, but flanked on, and it's all done. It's that wrapped that quickly. 13-4. X13 get to the number their name entails, and well, eventually they were able to get there. It got a little bit sketchy towards the beginning of that attacking side for Adore Kaizen, but it ends all the same in favor of X13. And well, that was definitely a fun game to watch all the way through. I had a good time, but although it was 13-4, if you get what I'm saying, that didn't feel like a 13-4 with how close some of those rounds really were.
Yeah, I think there were definitely a couple of rounds where we had seen, where potentially Adori Kaizen was going to be able to make a play. Also, I'm still here, by the way. I know I disappeared on the screen. That's just because, unfortunately, my computer crashed. So we are going to apologize for that here for a second. But as far, hey, here we go. I'm here. We're here. We're here. We got it going. But 413 was pretty crazy here. But nice run from X13 GG. You had mentioned lost the first 2 runs and really is putting in the work. So our next game of the evening is going to be Prevail versus Rubber Duck Twerking. This one gets exciting because I'm going to be keeping my eye on Rubber Duck Twerking because they actually beat a Wawawa, which was our tournament champ last week. So I'm gonna count them as my go-to favorite, but I also the name. When the names like that,
I was not I was not prepared at all for you to say Rubber Duck Twerking. That came out of nowhere. Wow, I got blindsided by that one. But it's going to make the next one all the more interesting. But for now, it's going to be a little bit until we get to said next one. So we're going to toss to just a quick break, but we will be back very, very soon. So stay right here for the Frost Esports Whiteout Weekly Valorant Tournament.
touch the sky, a star's light shines on long after it dies. Oh, in the night, I live every day as if it's your last. Our memories been bright like beacons of the past. Oh, in the night, now we race against the sun. Now we race against the Now we race against the sun. Now we race against the race against the sun. Now we race against the sun. Race against the sun. Now we race against the sun. Now we race against the sun. Now we race against the sun. Ooh.
I live inside my own world of make-believe. Kids screaming in the cradles, profanities. I see the world through ice covered in ink and bleach. Cross out the ones who heard my cries and watched me weep. I love everything. Fire spreading all around my room. My world's so bright, it's hard to breathe, but that's alright. Hush. Take my eyes open to force reality. Why can't you just let me eat my weight in glee? I live inside my own world of make-believe. Kids screaming in their cradles, profanities. Some days I feel skinnier than all the other days.
everything. Fire spreading all around my room. My world's so bright, it's hard to breathe, but that's alright. Hush. Content, hold your breath and feel the tension. Devils hide behind redemption. Honesty is a one-way gate to hell. I wanna taste consumption. Breathe faster to waste oxygen. Hear the children sing aloud. It's music till the wick burns out. Be carefree lately, yeah. Just kicking up daisies. Got one too many quarters in my pockets. Counting like the four-leaf clovers in my locket. Untied laces, yeah. Just tripping on daydreams. Got dirty little lullabies playing on repeat. Might as well just ride around the nursery and count sheep.
Oh, I got lost on the way to you in an orange sky by the ocean blue. Every mile lost, my soul renewed, taken by the sunrise and the golden view. Walking slowly in the mountains underneath the constellations. Yeah, I know that you've been waiting for me. Time is losing all its meaning, like I'm living in a dream, and I've been chasing all the feelings I need. It's in these moments with words unspoken, my eyes wide open, life tastes so sweet. It's in these moments where all I know
get along just fine here on our own. What you offering? Another money mind. Oh, you wanna rob me blind? Well, I don't know this time. Oh, don't wanna just a liar. Don't wanna feed the fire. Tell me what to do. Yeah. Been listening to my heart. It's leading me from the dark. Tell me what to choose. Don't wanna trust a liar. Don't wanna be the buyer. Tell me what to do. Listening to my heart. It's leading me from the dark. Tell me what to choose. Tell me what to you try to keep us down, but we are backing out because the time is now. You're screaming till you're breathless, till other voices drown. No, we ain't backing down. Oh, our time is now. Don't wanna just a liar. Don't wanna be the buyer. Tell me what to do. Hey, hey. Listening to my heart. It's leading me from the dark. Tell me what to choose. Tell me what to Don't wanna just a liar. Don't wanna feed the buyer. Tell me what to do. Tell me what to do. What to do.
Close your eyes, seek paradise. Won't change your mind. Can't shake the lights. I'll take the chance and roll the dice. I want it all, just for the night. I live it out like I'll never die. I lose my head in the starry skies. Can't chain me down, I feel so alive. Back down, only one way out. I let you run my life. Now you won't get me down. Untamed, guess I lost my mind. You turn me inside out. No one can stop me now. the light. I'll take the chance and roll the dice. Just wanna feel the stars surround. The atmosphere never to come down. I'll stand alone, whether right or wrong. It takes me home, right where I belong. Back down, only one way out. I'll let you run my life. Now you won't get me down. Untamed, guess I lost my mind. You turn me inside out. No one can stop me now. So turn up the light. Turn up the light. This is what I waited for. 'Cause the clock keeps ticking, hard for me to keep up. I can't take it no more. This is what I waited for. 'Cause the clock keeps ticking, hard for me to keep up. I can't take it no more. 'Cause the time keeps turning, feels just like it speeds up. Is what I waited for.
Cold at the touch, dead in the eyes. No signs of life no more. I put your love under the knife. Leave me to die here all alone. No signs of life no more. No, a crying dove may never fly. It's black and white. Yeah. Black and white. Oh, 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 oh. It's black and white. Come on, baby. Love, no more, baby. Black and white.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Frost Esports Whiteout Weekly Valorant Tournament. My name is Happiness, and of course, alongside me is none other than Yo Boy Q. We just got through our first semifinal matchup, and it was decisively taken by X13GG. They looked so good in that one over Adore Kaizen, but we still have another semifinal yet to watch. Going up against X13 will be the winner of this best of one. Q, how excited are you for this one? Because I know I am incredibly excited.
I am very excited because both of these teams here look like they've been at least challenged a little bit thus far. That was one thing we had kind of worried a little bit last round as far as for Dork Kaizen, right? Because they hadn't really been tested thus far into the tournament. And then we saw once X13 kind of turned on, put the pedal down the metal, they were able to run to it. We've seen both of these two teams here this round between Prevail as well as Rubber Duck to be they've been put to the test a little bit. I think even if they can see some challenges, we can expect them to be able to push back. We are going to be going to Bind, a little bit more of a more common map. It has only 2 sites versus the 3. I don't know. I'm gonna be really excited to see how this thing plays out here.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. Bind, of course, is going to be a big change of pace from that map we saw last time around, which is Haven. course, very, very different maps, very different situations. Of course, there's just teleporters provide. I combined teleporter and provide into one word there, but it happens to the best of us. Um, the teleporters are going to provide so much opportunities to throw things up, switch up attacks, even more fakes than we saw last time around. Last time, we would see a lot of utility dump and then push straight in, as is typical for Haven because you've got 3 sites. So you have to spread your defenders across a lot of different sites, which means that the utility dumps are even more effective because you can just there's only one, at most two people who are probably going to be standing in the way of you. So you can just kind of throw everything at it. But on Bind here, it's going to be much more difficult for the attacks to play, and it's going to be much more difficult for those retakes as well. It's going to be entirely focused on actually holding those sites. So I'm going to be interested in seeing the different comps that we'll see in this one, especially compared to our last matchup, as we are in to our attacker pick phase and already a raise locked for Alpha a Knight, and Baller Steve going to go with the Omen.
Yeah, and this is going to be intriguing here. Bind, you know, sometimes we can see some. I don't know how to. Would it be fair to call them off meta if they're picks that maybe we don't see quite as often? You know, one of the first ones that pops off the
Niche,
board
I
we're
guess.
seeing here. Niche, it would be a good word. You know,
Yeah,
we're
'cause
seeing
it's like
potentially here a cipher, which I like. And then the other thing too, what's interesting, looking over on the side of Prevail, when I see a Sky and a Sage picked together, had the double heal option, it makes me feel that Prevail is going to have that option to play a little bit more aggressive because one, you do have that res available every couple of rounds, and two, you have 2 healers here to be able to fall back after you win that first 1v1 engagement, reassess the situation, and then head back in with full health. So I'm going to be intrigued to see the aggressive potential playstyle we see here from Prevail Gaming.
especially it'll be able to enable things like that chamber going for aggressive peaks and then taking the rendezvous back. It'll be able to help so much with those early fights. I guess for a race, it's a little harder to make it out of those first engagements because when you're going out, you're double blast packing into in a lot of cases, a lot of people in the same area. So in some cases, a raise is just going to send themselves in and maybe they never even come back home. But whenever everyone is able to make it back and tell the tale of their entries and whatnot, they'll have 2 healers back that ready to give them their HP and ready to, help them get back into more fights later. So if PVL are on their game tonight and they're winning these gunfights, it's only going to be helped more and more by having those healers to get you back up to a higher HP than normal, and then you can take fights again. You'll be at higher health, and so this could really start to snowball if Prevail are playing their best Val.
So here we are. We are now just 4 seconds away from starting our second semifinal action here. And here we go. We've got Prevail, we've got Rubber Duck, and we've got our first pistol round. Looks like we're going to be seeing our squad try and send a pretty quick push up into Hookah, and turning the corner is Fair able to find themselves a headshot. Their teammate also able to find one here. So right now, Prevail in the 5v3. Oh my
And now it's
goodness.
a 5v0. So, Prevail had the 5v3, did a good job making it, again, a 5v0. So, Baller, Steve, and Fair in that round with 2 each, and Mac was able to pitch in for 1 as well. So, the Sage bringing more than just the heals, actually bringing that gun as well, is going to be so impactful. Sometimes we get so caught up in the utility that's brought by certain agents, we forget, hey, wait a minute. If you give somebody a good enough gun and they're playing well, it doesn't really matter who. Well, of course, certain agents are going to enable fragging better, but still, it doesn't matter. Killers are going to kill, shooters are going to shoot, and that's what we saw in round 1 Prevail. Well, they seem to be shooters, at least inside the pistol. Hopefully, this next round will go well for them because they've got the weapon advantage, and already the Spectre's able to get one and drop that spike out far.
Ooh, and we see Ray able to turn the corner and also find themselves a pair here. And because of that guns disadvantage right now, we are going to see really struggling here to fall back is our squad from Rubber Duck. I mean, we got 5 people still standing, especially after Alpha finds their second of the round. A right trigger here, at least from Profit's going to give them us. Ooh, well, I was going to say an SMG as well as inside the fence, but we see turning quickly here is Alpha, and that's a 3-piece for them.
Yeah, great round there from Alpha. Just getting aggressive, and that's what you like to see, that decisiveness, that aggression in these bonus rounds, these second rounds that are basically formalities when the other team chooses not to invest, which is what we saw there from the opposite side. And, Prevail playing into literally just classics, really putting no money into that one. It's going to be pretty difficult for Rubber Duckies to make anything work there. And well, in that case, it didn't work. Only one kill for Rubber Duckies so far, and it was a bit of a cheesy one from Prophet with the classics. So now they have the gun advantage. They're going into Spectres and a Frenzy. You have to get a lot more out of this one if you're Rubber Duckies, and they're already getting aggressive towards Market.
Yeah, and this is kind of where it's different from that other semifinal matchup, right? Because this time around we saw Prevail was able to maintain 4 of those scepters, so that's going to allow for them to, be able to continue this round without having to invest much, much money. So even if they happen to fall, it's not as big of a deal. But we do see Alpha Knight is going to be able to get the first frag. They are going to be able to get the bomb down. So that's going to be the first good news as far as from the side of Rubber Ducky, but can they avoid the retake? We see Mac turn the corner, gets a couple tags, but not going to be able to get any frags. But regardless, it is now just 3. Oh, make that now a 2v2. Red Dot able to get 4 of those things, though, and that is going to be Rubber Duck getting their first round onto the board.
Yeah, it looked like a really good round, actually, for Prevail. It looked like in the end they may, well, take their namesake a bit too literally and prevail against all odds and expectations, but in that situation, it just wasn't enough, and Red Dot had such a good end of round there as well. Just doing such a good job cleanly landing those crisp headshots with the Vandal, and into Spectres, they can't kill you nearly as fast, so you need to miss your shots to actually give them a chance at winning those gunfights. And a couple of really solid fights there from Prevail, but in the end, it is Rubber Duckies taking their first round, and well, 2-1 score already evening up. As Fair, trying to peek down B long, doesn't get haunted, but does give away the fact that he's here, but not going to give away any kill for free. In fact, going to find one himself, and that's an advantage to Prevail pretty quickly.
And the tough thing, too, is, right back behind where Nakiri was, that was where the bomb was there, right, with 0. That's where the spike happened to be there, trying to make a push down B long, but now the spike, the decision becomes, do I try and rotate over with the rest of my team, which you can see a couple people trying to make their way through showers here, potentially as Reyes holding down this nice angle. Not sure if they happen to already have the information there. Looks like, I'm guessing, if they're tucking the corner, yeah, they're going to go ahead and expect him there. Turn the corner. There's the flash, and Red Dot going to be able to get one.
Yeah, great job to Red Dot, but Prevail are just getting everything to go their way other than the kills that Red Dot can find on their own. But that's 2 kills that this guy has found. So Rubber Duckies still with a chance. Spike is planted 2 versus 3. They only need 1 kill, and it's all of a sudden even. But Red Dot might be playing a bit too aggressive, a one-and-done position. As Baller Steve, though, might not be expecting this. And there you go. It's 1, but it's not done yet for Red Dot. 3 kills in the round. 0 almost getting caught. In fact, is getting caught. And now they know where to expect Red Dot. This guy alone in a corner almost has a flashback. Gets Mac down. Beyond for the ace. Flash goes out. Fair still watching it. Prince away pre-fire, but not able to get it to work. Fair does get that at the end with Red Dot. So close, but the defuse, there's plenty of time for it. Fair does not need to worry at all. The Chamber barely able to make that work, but Red Dot is dragging their team, kicking and screaming through these rounds, but it's not enough here.
Man, I thought after we had seen Fair miss that op shot and went to, switch weapons, I thought that was when we were going to be seeing that Turner corn, but instead still able to find the shots, able to land it, and that's now 3 on the board for Prevail. And now this time around, we're going to be seeing a little bit of a mixed buy from both sides, but the op still being in Fair's hand, who is currently 5-1. Definitely going to be keeping an eye on them as this round continues to go. We're going to be seeing Flash coming in. We're just giving a little bit of a warning shot. Everything's fine, chat. Everything's fine, but you see with the smoke, not going to be able to see much, but Fair is still here. Has the op. Going to have plenty to do. The Prowler going to find them. Doesn't give information away. The Haunt also coming. This is a lot of utility invested, and then we see Mac on the other side also able to hold in their own right. Mac turns the corner. Oh, not like this.
That was a rough situation. Just got naded right on top of, and well, met with a choice at the very end: either run away or sit in the nade and try and get the kills. Chose to stay there and proved to be the wrong decision. Unfortunately for Mac, the double peek was not something where they could get either kill, and now it's an advantage to Rubber Duckies, but Alpha and Knight got the first one with the paint shell, so this retake could bear some fruit for Prevail as they've gotten it back to a 4 versus 4.
See Rhea trying to turn this corner. Zero in the opposite side. Zero has Red Dot also watching their opposite angle. That's going to be the good news for you. We see, though, Val's going to be seeing multiple people turn this corner, including Nyx, who not going to be able to find the connection with Sheriff, causes them to fall. Red Dot falls here as well. Baller, Steve, getting the pair here, which is going to allow them to get the defuse as well, and that is now going to be 4-1 in favor of Prevail Gaming.
Yeah, Baller Steve absolutely balling towards the very end there, and, well, seems to be a fitting name so far. The Omen has been having a pretty solid map so far. I think tied for best KD ratio at the moment. 5 and 2 is good for like a 2.5, which is slightly better than what Alpha and Night has, and tied with Fair. But look, it's a little too early to get into technicalities like that. All I'm going to say for now is that Prevail have looked really good. And we mentioned it last map a lot when we were watching our other semifinal. That third round is in most cases very, very easy for the team with the better weapons to win because, well, the team who wins that first round and that second round, the winners of the pistol, which in this case was Prevail, they really had nothing going into that third round, and they still needed Red Dot to have a huge performance to win it, but Alpha Knight is having a huge performance here. Good for 2 at the start, but Zero trades it back, but Fair trades that back. So 4 versus 2 now that Prevail have all of a sudden started this round off so strongly. And it's going to look pretty rough in the rest of this round for Rubber Ducks.
Yeah, I mean, we see Prophet struggling to kind of stay alive in their own right now. Going to actually fall to Mac. That's going to leave Zero with the spike. Now, they are going to be making their way through the showers here. Rhea is going to be able to be there, finds an easy headshot, and that's going to be 3 still left standing. Not only do you have 2 Vandals, but you got an Op getting saved as well. The Econ right now from Prevail, you've got money, whereas on the other side, unfortunately, from the side of Prevail, we're going to be seeing half buys and 5 Sheriffs, so we're more than likely going to be seeing the side of Prevail already meeting that halfway point at 6 after this round.
Yeah, it looks pretty likely for Prevail to take this next one as well. And it is literally a mirror buy for every single member of Rubber Ducks. All they say is, run me my Sheriff, give me some light shields, and I've got this on lockdown. But it isn't starting off too well. Peeking with that Sheriff into the Operator. That's not the best decision you could have made, but actually curious decision from Fair. Pops the Tour de Force, already having that op. Of course, the Tour de Force, it's got a couple advantages over the Operator, but clearly Fair just wanted to pop that ASAP. As Haunt goes in from Zero, doesn't detect anybody for the time being, also doesn't get destroyed. So they might think they're good to push into B, but actually the exact opposite is it's a huge defense here for Prevail.
And now we're going to be seeing Alpha and I, who's have been pretty good in their own right, turns the corner, finds Nyx, who shoots the Sheriff, also shoots the Deputy, able to get themselves at least the 1. Mac also returns with 1. Now to the 2v3. The spike has not been planted yet, so they are going to need to get that down. They've got plenty of time, 45 seconds, but now it is going to come in. Rhea puts the flash, which gives them a little bit of help, and now it's a 3v1. Prophet, the last one standing. Prophet's going to find 1. Prophet finds 2, but Fair, luckily there, with the Tour de Force, and that is going to be a 6th round for Prevail.
That spray transfer almost had me believing in miracles. Prophet, if they hadn't gotten wall banged, I don't even know if Fair could see them or not. We didn't have Fair's perspective up at the time. Couldn't tell if Fair literally just predicted that position through the wall or just so happened to hit them through the wall, but could see where they were playing that from. Regardless of the technicalities of it, Fair does a great job to take that kill, and Prevail do a great job to take that round in the retake. 6-1, but honestly, in that round, I'm not disappointed if I'm Rubber Ducks because I get a spike plant down. I keep it pretty close with not a huge buy, so that's going to give as much money over to Rubber Ducks as possible coming into this round number 8. And it's an important one because it's do or die if you're looking to still come out of this half with at least a tied half because they're already on the 6.
Yeah, and especially because if you drop this one here, you're not going to be able to get a full buy. I mean, we're going to be seeing right now a trade on either side, so it is still a 4v4. Bomb looking, or the spike here, looking to go into the B site. Been doing a little bit too much CSGO lately, calling it a bomb, but Mac now dropping through, spraying through the smoke, and going to be able to get 1. Now we see Akiri has the room on the B site to be able to get this down, and the question becomes, can Prevail get the retake?
That's the question on everybody's mind, but they've got another advantage, and they're wasting no time in pushing through. Alpha Knight with a bit of a strange swap, but it's all said and done. as clean as ever for PVL. Just push straight through, get all the kills they could have possibly asked for. And, well, in that situation, every single member of Rubber Duckies caught in the center of the site, nobody playing it from further away. Or actually, there was the one player up in hookah, but peeking pretty aggressively was, I believe it was Nyx up in hookah. And, well, got taken down. Everyone taken down pretty quickly from Rubber Duckies, but there was a game crash on Prevail, so I believe we will be pausing for just a moment.
Yeah, and I mean, so while we take this moment here, I mean, let's break it down, man. We saw Prevail's been pretty well in control of this thing from the word go. I mean, the only round that we had seen able to come out in the positive for Rubber Duck was that very first rifle round. Since then, though, I mean, very quickly responding was Prevail. They haven't let off the gas. They're at 7 here. And, when we look at the buys potentially heading into this round, you don't have much econ from the side of Rubber Ducky. It just looks like Prevail is going to go ahead and keep this pedal down to the metal here.
Yeah, it seems like it'll be pretty good for Prevail as yeah, Prevail seem to be pretty strong right now. And I really like what we're seeing out of that side. I really think that they've just been playing clean Valorant. Like I said, it's just the one round where it was just like, hey, we have like barely any guns. You should probably win this. And, well,
Right.
they won it, but otherwise, it's been nothing on the side of Rubber Duckies. Excuse me, but yeah, it's still not looking too bad.
Do have this while we have this tech pause here for a moment. While we got a second to chat, have you been able to catch I know you just recently moved into the dorms and everything, but I know you were saying you've been catching some of the Valorant champions. Are you excited for their final four coming up this weekend?
Oh yeah, I'm super excited. I
NA on
never
top
got
or
super invested in Valorant before, so I never had a team to root for, but after watching it was DRX versus FPX on Ascent, I have become a bit of a DRX supporter myself. So, looking forward to watching them tomorrow against FPX. That's going to be a fun series. I'm going to be there probably watching the entirety of that one because I don't think I have too much else for the rest of the day, so that's going to be fun. But yeah, I'm super psyched for that. And sorry about a couple of delays, but doing this from a classroom means every now and again you get a little afraid that someone's going to come in. But it looks like I'm in the clear. I think people are just hanging around the hallways in weird spots that make me a little
I
nervous.
there ain't
But
no way there's a class starting at 8:30, 9 o'clock. I'm sure you're going to be plenty good to go. But
I
yeah,
think it
no,
might be. I think they're starting sorority things to like rushing for sororities or whatever, and so that
oh
might be
well, they
what's
can
going
join
on in the
in.
halls.
I mean,
They want to watch Valorant.
no, but the one I think one thing I really enjoy, especially when we talk while we have a moment, we're talking about
Mm,
champions coming up here. Obviously today we're not watching champions, we're watching, the Frost Esports tournament here. But with the one thing that I really like
I know.
seeing is we're heading into the final four, and literally it's 4 different regions represented. You know what I mean? Like it's really
Oh
nice to
yeah.
see that even though you had multiple regions with 16 teams at the start of it, it literally comes down to 4 teams, 4 regions. And I think when you look at it, even though I would say, and I don't want this to sound like I'm allowing myself to have one of those like NA biases, but
Mm,
Optic has kind of been like a pinnacle of consistency when you look
yeah.
at them this last season. And I do feel like it's their tournament to lose. But
Mm.
with saying that, I think when you look at all 4 teams that are left standing, any of them, if they're at their best, you could see them hoisting the trophy at the end of the weekend. So,
Oh yeah, definitely. Optic and FPX are the two still remaining that have won tournaments before, but
mm,
Loud has been in a grand finals, and FPX have been playing fantastic. They've just been cursed to not make it out of top 6. They did that this
DRX.
time. They're into the DRX. I said FPX. Excuse me.
Mhm.
FPX and DRX. It's easy to confuse the two.
Yeah.
FPX won the last event. Personally, if I had to predict anything, I would say FPX come through lowers and face off in grand finals against Optic. That's just me going with my gut. But DRX did beat FPX last time the two faced off. And although I said it might be like, oh, not that good for Loud, maybe they've only played Leviathan and DRX who have looked shaky at times, but they've looked really good. Like, I think Loud have had one kind of close map so far in playoffs, but otherwise they've been incredibly clean. So that's going to be super fun to watch because they look a lot better than the last time we saw them this far in a tournament. And I think they realistically have a shot at winning it. It's going to be super interesting.
Yeah, I know I've been given some flack on TikTok and YouTube for continuing to underestimate Loud, and I'm gonna hate it that the next video that I'm probably gonna put out is also gonna be saying that I don't expect Loud to win, but they've been looking really good thus far. I mean, in the tournament, they've been looking really solid. You had mentioned DRX. I like to see that they've got that monkey off their backs. I think it's very often forgot about that DRX underneath the team banner Counter Strike or Strike Force was that, Korean team that went on a 102 game win
Yeah.
streak last season. It's so often, it's so
Vision
easy for us.
strikers. Vision strikers.
Vision strike, that's what it
Yeah.
is. Thank you so much. It, it's very easy for a lot of people to forget that, but they've had this. You mentioned the kind of sixth place curse. They've gotten that monkey off the back, and who knows? For all we know, that this could be their tournament to make a run from the lowers as well. So definitely going to be intrigued to see it.
Oh, it's going to be so much fun to watch that tomorrow. But we still got our tournament going on right now. It looks like we're all ready to get back into it. We've had players on both sides say they're ready to go. People in this server are up and moving, so we're just waiting on confirmation from our producer that we're all going to get back
There
into
we
it.
go.
And there we go. We're hopping back in. The tech pause has stopped, and you will no longer be looking at my face and yo boy Q, his beautiful face as well. Sadly, they're off the screen, but we got some wonderful Valorant on screen instead. So, into round number 9. In case you forgot, it's been, well, a series you'd like to forget if you are Rubber Ducks, and it's not getting too much better from here. Red Dot able to get one, but oh my gosh, this is so quick. I was going to hand it off, but just too much happening too quickly. Q, what is going on?
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing a very quick push around the corner. This is going to be fair here now, falling back. They're going to have to play for this retake because we do see that Rubber Duck's going to be able to get this plant. Now, the one thing is that this area is going to be a little bit low on Alpha Knight. Are you okay? Everything's fine. Red Dot, though, was able to put in a lot of work, was the judge, jury, and the executioner for 4 frags. Wasn't able to find the 5th, and now it's going to be all up to Alpha Knight with this op to see if maybe you play. I think, though, because of the lower health, we may see them save this op here. I think with the timing, it would make more sense.
Oh, they're going for it. Yeah, they've got the confidence. They've got the money, though. That's the thing. Like, you don't have to worry too much if you're Prevail. He at least want to take some exit frags, but no. Have decided against it. Alpha Knight just going to move away with said operator, like you mentioned. Disappointing that we couldn't see Red Dot go for that ace on the judge. It would have been fun. That flash around the corner was so good as well, but just ran out of ammo in the auto shotty. And, well, that's a second round for Rubber Ducks. It's not a conventional way to win your rounds. That the judge ace on the attacking side is anything but the way it was drawn up, at least. I don't think they drew up their strats like that, and if they did, I would like to meet their coach. He seems like he'd be really fun at parties, but regardless, it's a second round, regardless of how it happened for the Rubber Duck boys.
And, in traditional NA fashion, able to turn the momentum a little bit here after a tech pause. Here are the Rubber Ducks, so...
I've got your trail.
Question
Yeah,
becomes,
Rubber Ducks.
excuse me while I try and die over here while I'm getting caught up on my own self, but right now you see Red Dot and Nyx both falling. Alpha Knight able to get the one with the showstopper, but right now into a 4v2 scenario, Prevail in plenty of control.
Yeah, and Prevail, it doesn't really look like they're letting too much of it go. Zero is able to get one, but the trade back with the Headhunter for fair as Nakiri has Spike, just going to try and run away ASAP, but they saw him hop in. They weren't even able to shoot Nakiri before they got away, so it's just fair left on that A site, trying to catch a rotate, but it's not a rotate whatsoever. Nakiri just going to get down that Spike plant so there can at least be something out of this round, but Nakiri isn't content with just something. He wants everything. He wants it all. Gets the first kill. Now it's Fair dropping down. It's a risky drop to go for, but the dark cover provides some cover, and now Fair just watching the angle. Has him dead to rights, but looks away at the worst time, and now it's a 1 versus 1. Baller Steve really needs to ball out now if he wants to take down Nakiri, as Nakiri's incendiaried it, but I don't know if the bomb is fully gotten. No, it is. Baller Steve can't really hop on this. Now just trying to watch the right angles as the incendiary's faded. Baller Steve has that kill, but doesn't he have the time? It looks like it should be okay. We're just going to watch as it counts down, and yeah, just barely all right for Prevail. 3.4 seconds separating them from defeat in that one. But such a clean round, and a really nice attempt at that clutch there from Nakiri.
What just happened? Through the
it was
smoke.
insane.
Like
Oh yeah, like you put that smoke down, you have the advantage in that fight, but also like I didn't even see anything on his
that's
screen
what I'm saying. How did he know he
like,
was there? That was insane.
I didn't see anything when Steve got that kill. Like it might have been a client-sided thing or something, or I don't know, but so we're actually gonna switch back to us. Hi, welcome back. Still here, still talking. I am still literally in classroom. As 8-2 is our score line, but we're gonna have to restart this lobby really quick because a couple of issues with ping on a part of some players, and might have to reset the server, set it to something else. Not exactly sure. Maybe Riot servers themselves are just not having their best day. Who knows? But all that I know is that it's going to take a little bit before we get back into it. So the Happy Q podcast returns for episode 2 of the night, the second one in, well, the past like 10 minutes ish. So we will definitely let you guys know when we're getting back into things when it happens. But for now, it'll be a little bit of a break. I'm not sure if we're going to go to like a full-on break. Oh, actually, yeah, we will be going to a full-on break. We've just received the word. So, unfortunately, it's going to be a little bit of a break. You're going to have to just have the waiting screen up, but it shouldn't be too long, so don't go anywhere. Q and I will be back casting more of the Whiteout Weekly Frost Esports Valorant tournament in just a little bit.
You won't even get it. Been around the globe, think it's time to admit it's not the end but the road, and you won't even get it. Been around the globe, looked around, not to fit it. Seen high and lows, but you won't even get it. Been around the globe, think it's time to admit it's not the end but the road.
I live a life without a meaning. I live a life without a sense. Once you've opened up my eyes, I started healing. It made me find another chance. So I tried to survive all the pain inside my mind, but only God knows how to leave it all behind. We were bound at the start, now you're tearing me apart, and I'm the one to start the fight. From once upon a time, will I just keep floating away from this world? Pick me up, give me hope, let me say one more word. Heaven's so far away tonight, but where the water meets the sky, we'll be alright. The world we left behind. The world we knew just started changing. The world we had just broke apart. We were bound at the start, now you're tearing me apart, and I'm the one to start the fight. From once upon a time, will I just keep floating away from this world? Pick me up, give me hope, let me say one more word. Heaven's so far away tonight, but where the water meets the sky, we'll be alright. The world we left behind.
Sitting lonely in my room again, trying to find the words to say, but nothing comes out. I am looking for the better days, seem like they just stay away whenever I try. There's so many things that I keep in my mind. My friends keep me out and it hurts every time. With all the emotions I built up inside, oh why can't I? Will someone look for me if I disappear? No matter how much that I scream, nobody hears. But I see the light from far away, it's down the line. Maybe I should not give up without a fight, 'cause there will be a time. Oh, 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 oh. There will be a time. Oh, 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 oh. There will be a time.
floating in the sky. I'm high above the world I used to know. And I'm far from any danger, safe from any failure. Guarded, I found shelter in the storm. I'm hiding in the blue, safe between the clouds. In the blue, where I can't be found. Was a soldier in the legions, fought against the demons, fought against the monsters made of gold. But they stormed across Arcadia, following the nature, washed away the place I once called home. I'm hiding in the blue, safe between the clouds. In the blue, where I can't be found. I'm hiding in the blue. As it goes by, battle scarred my own worst enemy. I'm hiding in the blue, safe between the clouds. In the blue, where I can't be found. I'm hiding in the blue.
right, what it do, what it do. See, just like that, told y'all it was gonna be a quick break, and now we're back. We're getting ready to get back into things. But on a serious note, we do appreciate you guys' patience. We did switch lobbies and everything, which means we had to switch everything back over, econ, scores, all of that. So while we're talking about it, big shout out to the producer working out in the back. I feel like always the producer's the unsung hero, right? You know,
Mhm.
me and Happy, we have the easy
Yeah.
job. We come in here and yell about esports, putting in
Oh,
the work in
yeah.
the background. So let's get ready for round number 11. Right now, Prevail up 8-2. Do you think they're going to be able to keep this momentum going through the long pause?
Yeah, I think so. It's been a while, but I know that you look at that scoreboard, it's really just been Red Dot and the his teammates, at least for the time being, on the side of Rubber Ducks. And just in case you wanted to know, our producer for the evening, the Tex141 on Twitch and Twitter, go hit him up. The best Valorant producer in the game. It's uncontested, easily the best. So definitely go support him, doing the most for this production here tonight as Rubber Ducks doing the most towards Hookah, trying to start off aggressively, but fair, not really a big fan of that. However, no damage dealt to either side just yet, so it'll be a little bit before the push comes through, but here it comes, it seems.
Yeah, they're gonna at least get the ball rolling. It does look like, and we see Nick's gonna go ahead and get the paint shells out. Gonna make the play here off of
Ooh.
the. Oh, I thought there was still the one left underneath, but we can see at least they've gotten the sight. The
Hmm.
question becomes though, can you avoid the retake? Because it's still a
Hmm.
5v4. I mean, technically you're at the disadvantage as far as gunnies here. So we're gonna be seeing Red Dot trying to hold this angle. Unfortunately, that's gonna mean
Mm.
Rhea falling,
Oh.
Baller Steve also falls. So now it's going to be actually a 4v3, a 4v2. I'm sorry, in favor of
Oh.
Rubber Duck.
Oh.
Oh my goodness.
It's just over. Towards the very end, they did such a good job peaking at perfect times, and Nikiri as well comes alive after the pause and just has such a good round in that past one. Took control of elbow, and that's the thing about playing a retake scenario where they are retaking onto your site, where you're just sitting, especially on this B site, this bind B site in particular. You need to get a little aggressive. You can't just let them have all the angles they want. You need to hold things more aggressively because if you let them onto the site, then it becomes a free for all and anyone can get anywhere. So Nakiri did a great job taking control of Elbow and basically taking that round, winning that post plant. Is oh, they're getting aggressive again.
Yeah, you can see they're trying to play really aggressive here onto that B site yet again. Fair's going to turn this corner, going to
Oh.
be able to find themselves one. Rhea also found one down the long haul. So Prevail has the advantage. Does look like we may be seeing a rotate potentially over towards that A site, but you will notice that Alpha and I already there, already set up. Even if we have a slower rotate from the rest of the squad, it's not like they're going to get this A site for free regardless. Red Knight at least going to take just a moment here while we're in the link, at least get a heal. But instead of rotating, I like this play by having this longer delay. You are going to make Prevail think you're rotating.
Oh,
Now
there
that
it is.
just may give you enough of a man's advantage moving into the B side
Oh.
again.
Yeah, and you saw it there. Raya rotates over to A. Both the defenders on this B site have moved in towards Gardens. Mac is about to swing this and run into Nakiri, although did get that kill. It's a free site if Nyx can find that frag and does just that. Baller Steve is down. However, the rotates are in fast, so not enough room for a spike plant for the time being. Mac could still make a play from long. Just waiting for Nyx to swing into the angle, make the mistake, but Red Dots actually got that kill on a fair instead, and Nyx wins the fight into Mac. So 2 versus 2. Raya, though, has not dropped the spike. Drops Nyx towards long, but is not able to drop that spike. That's still in possession for Red Dot. And if you want anyone alive here, it's Red Dot. But he's trying to get the plant down, but just doesn't have the time. Alpha Knight gets that frag, runs it straight into Red Dot, but it's just fine.
Yeah, I kind of got lucky in the sense of by the time the spike had made it all the way over to A, you don't have a chance to fake that, right? Because there's still two left. And you can't fake because if they only send one in, and you even if you get the frag, the spike doesn't go down, you still lose the round. So you have to just kind of hope
Yeah.
that the swing comes too late. That's not the case. An easy point number 9 when it well, I shouldn't say easy. They had to work for it, but that's the ninth point
Yeah.
from Prevail, and now we're heading into the second half. Just 4 points away for Prevail here.
Yeah, and it was a curious decision at the very end there to go for that rotate because though if you have the time in that scenario, that rotate is absolutely the play. Once Nyx actually went down, Red Dot was caught in between a rock and a hard place, the rock of the B site and the hard place of A. Which one do I go to? Well, chose A, had just enough time to get a spike plant down, but like you mentioned, when you factor in the raise that he's sprinting as fast as she possibly can to swing the angle ASAP and take you down before you plant the spike, well, it's not going to go too well as this is by far the slowest start to a pistol round we've seen all day, but they're about to make their way up B long, Prevail are, and it might be a bloodbath in Gardens.
Yeah, the good news for them right now is they are trying to play this as a team. Red Dot, though, going to be able to turn the corner, finds one. Fair turns around the corner, though, and going to be able to get one in return. A couple of people over here at the door. Red Dot,
Oh,
unfortunately, runs out of ammo. Not going to be able to get things finished. The spike going to be down here at B. It is a 3v3 scenario. Prevail, though, at the disadvantage as far as HP. Not going to have the bullets left in
oof,
hand. Mac all left by themselves.
oof.
2 HP in a dream, and that is going to be Rubber Duck, now with 4 on the board.
Yeah, they just really solid job there from Rubber Ducks. That retake just goes so well, and I really like to see that. Especially, it feels like since the pause, is it just me or has Nakiri just let somebody else onto their computer? Because it's not that they were having a bad game; they had their impact rounds every now and again, but the Brimstone has been so good so far. That first round since the pause, that was able to win that round for Rubber Ducks is ignore the timeline. We don't have it exactly because we had to reset the lobby, but we have the round count. It was their first round when they were able to get in a decent amount of time. And Nikiri was the one basically to win it with those 3 kills in that post plan is fair. Moving up towards Hookah. Profit, though, has the judge and has the intel just waiting for this peak.
Big info. I don't know if they were able to catch the edge of the
Oh,
gun there. Maybe even
oh,
there from
oh,
Fair.
oh,
Oh! Smart play by Fair. They're
oh.
gonna be able to retreat here. They know that they've at least got the one judge there. It does look like, though, you can see the bomb is still down back there in Link. I mean, they're not really committed one side or the other. We're gonna be seeing the haunt coming out. Baller Steve does fall back just far enough, at least so there's nothing registered. The question becomes, turning this corner, does Zero clear the right side first? Turns the corner, gonna be
Oh,
able to find the headshot on the Baller Steve. That's going to be the first pick of the game. Zero falls back. It's a
oh,
second here. The question, can he turn it into 3?
oh.
Fair. Gonna at least get the trade.
Yeah, Fair does a great job to find that trade there, but Nyx has also gotten a trade back as well, so it looks really, really good for Rubber Duck, but Profit is only going to make it look better and better. Never mind, caught her at a bad time. Got the tripwire from Fair, but oh, wait, does he realize that Red Dot's right there? No, has no clue. None the wiser is the Chamber trying to plant that spike. Is 10 seconds left for Raya to make miracles happen. And well, as good as Prevail have been so far today, it's not really a winnable round. It's Red Dot just waiting for the swing so we can get the kill with the judge, but it's not necessarily a free kill, not by any sense of the term. But Raya eventually is avenged, and Nakiri takes that kill back at the very end. It's 9-5, and so we see that Prevail, though they had such an advantage after that first half, going into that pause as well, it's been a different sort of beast here from the side of Rubber Duck.
Yeah, I mean, the good news that is like working for you here is Ray was at least able to get an additional weapon out of a hand, right? Because you can see the 2 people who are left standing there are just going to reinvest as far as an armor. So you're at least taking a little bit of a dip into that econ after the back-to-back round. Mac gonna turn around. Nice flick of the wrist here. We see making their way through the portal, but Rhea gonna be able to get the double here at the showers here. In goes in the flash. Unfortunately, in too quick was Mac. Rhea finds the third. Rhea with the 3-piece thus far. The question is, what can Nakiri do? Alpha Knight gets them down, and that is now Prevail back on the scoreboard once again.
Yeah, and as much as it does look like a different form of Rubber Duck since that break, Prevail, well, still in as good of form as ever. So doesn't necessarily mean that Rubber Duck looking better means that they'll be able to have a comeback for free. Oh no, not at all. It just means that Prevail and Rubber Duck will just have a much closer game here towards the very end. Maybe also just big fans of that defender side on Bind are both of these squads. So we could still see a comeback. You know, in affairs where one side is drastically favored, a 9-3 half is definitely comebackable. If I remember correctly, I believe there was even a curse in the Valorant community, the 9-3 curse for a little while. Not sure
We
how
don't talk
much that
about it.
stands, but it's all right. Then I guess we don't talk about it. But regardless, 9-3 can definitely be a winnable half to winnable first half that you can recover from for Rubber Ducks. And well, they're in position to do that now. The Ares for Profit could just play out the intel and spray through the wall, and it looks like that's the plan. But it's awaiting our Prevail.
Yeah, here's the real problem for you if you're Rubber Duck, is this is really a must-win round. I know it's easy to say that about any round when you're down by 5, but if Prevail takes out this round, you're not going to have anything to invest in this next round. Unfortunately, it is a 3. Oh, we're actually seeing, I should say, fortunately, actually for Rubber Duck, 4 people still stand, rifles still in hands all the way around. That is not only a 6th point on the board, that's a big round because you're not going to invest much in the econ here. And it does look like Prevail is going to be in the situation where they are going to be buying those rifles across the board as well as their armor, which means if you win round number 7, 7 turns into 8, and then we're talking about a whole nother game here between Prevail and Rubber Duck.
Yeah, it's just Prevail, Rubber Duck at the moment seem to be going blow for blow, but for the time being, it looks as though Prevail should still have enough in the tank to get a win without needing the OT, but then again, it's been such a good start to the half, and a pretty decent end to last half, all things considered, for Rubber Duck, but Mac is going to start this round off well. The Sage getting that entry kill means that the heal can come through, and Fair's going to get the next one as well. Headhunter finds a head, that being the head of Zero, so the Fade is out of the match for now. 5 versus 3 in PVL. Start the round off super well towards B, but also one of those kills coming towards A. They have free reign over the map, and they can do whatever they like here. It looks like an A push is coming through.
And we can see, I mean, they're trying to take their time, right? They've got a little bit of information. They know that they've got the man advantage here if you're Prevail. We're going to be seeing a little bit of smoke come out, trying to, get a little bit of line of sight. They don't know about Profit, but Fair turns the corner, able to get the connection here with the tour de force. And now it is only left to Nakiri and Nyx to prevent round number 11, because it's still in a similar position. Round number 11, if Nakiri and Nyx fall here, you don't get the chance to save. You could be looking at 10 very quickly, turning into 12.
Last player standing.
Yeah, and it looks like that will be the case. At the very least, it's turning into 11, unless Nakiri has any more headshots left in the tank. Just the one for now. Dark cover going to make it even harder to get these kills, but just playing the close angle in case anybody chooses to challenge the Brimstone in this position. Wants to try and go for the shots through the smoke, but it's not meant to be. All 5 remain alive at the very end for Prevail, and well, they prevail about as dominantly as they can in that round. And like you mentioned before, the econ here is a little shaky, so we'll have to wait and see what Rubber Duck are able to invest into this next one.
Yeah, and I mean, the problem becomes if you invest, you're going to have a couple of people who will not be able to invest after this round here. That's kind of where the problem lies, right? Which because here you are going to have just the class, or what looks like you're going to be putting a shoddy on the Profit here, but otherwise, we kind of have a little bit of a man disadvantage. At least you've got full shields across the way. You can anticipate utility being pretty good. You do have a couple of ults in your advantage here as well, if you are Rubber Duck, but the question becomes, how do you use those, right? I mean, one of them's the Seekers. You don't really have much to really buy you. Like, it's not like it's like the Showstopper that's available. You know what I mean?
And speaking of the Showstopper, Alpha Knight has that up for PVL, so they've got a big ult coming into this one as well, but Nakiri can definitely do some really solid zoning with that orbital strike. Zero with the Nightfall as well. Should they get intel as to where the opponents are coming from, could be massive, but Zero's on the wrong site for the time being. It's just your Raze and your Brimstone here, or not your Raze and your Cypher actually. Your 3 players with that ult for now. And Red Dot's actually popped the ult as well, but here comes the Nightfall. Here comes all the util to try and keep PVL off this site for now, as Red Dot spots out a couple with the Seekers. Nobody has died yet, and it's a rotate already. One rotation coming back in from Nakiri, but it's a 2 versus 5, all
30
things
seconds
considered. That
left.
is until Nyx and Zero choose to come back. So it's going to be a big face-off on this B site. Going to be exciting to see who can win this.
Yeah, the only problem is it's 20 seconds. Time not really on your side. If you're Prevail, you're going to have to invest a lot to try and move in here.
Oh.
Mac, as you can see, doesn't even have the weapon drawn, isn't ready. Mac going to have to try and just stick the plant, which isn't going to work in their advantage. The only person left standing is Rhea. Rhea's going to be there to at least get Zero down, but as they turn the corner, Prophet finds the heady, and that is now 7-11.
Really, really close is this game, and it's seemingly out of nowhere as well. Teams trading blows back and forth. Again, it seems to be slightly favoring PVL to the point where they should be able to escape without an OT, but I don't want to call anything too early. I just want to experience this half as it comes across, because we've had 4 out of 6 of these past 6 rounds, these first 6 rounds of the second half, have gone the way of Rubber Duck. That is, though, 2 of the last 3, but 2 of those are including the pistol and the follow-up. So you could look at it either way. No matter how you slice it, both of these teams with a chance, but you have to be favoring PVL because of the rounds that they had coming into this half. And they're getting aggressive into this B site. First kill goes to Fair, but Nakiri able to trade. That Cyber Cage could have been a little better. Fair can still look over that, but for now, it's a 4 versus 4. We have a bit of a stalemate for the time being, but things are about to get big pretty soon as Nakiri gets that one on the Fair.
Yeah, this is going to be tough here because you can see they're trying to very quickly rotate through the teleport, try and maybe potentially make their way through the showers, but 2 still sitting, still good to go here. Zero tries to poke their head out. Not going to be able to find a connection. Baller Steve does see that Seeker coming in, so you still got that good little bit of information. The spike is down. We do have the Showstopper coming out, able to get Rhea down after Rhea's able to find 3. That means Baller Steve, the last one left against Nakiri, turns the corner and now going to be left on match point.
That is a massive play from Raya there to get that headshot right before getting show stopped. And although the show is stopped for this guy, just before it happens, the kill actually comes through and Raya somehow manages that frag. That leaves it in just a 1 versus 1, and Nakiri went a little too quickly back into that site, probably expecting a further away position to be played by Baller Steve. Baller Steve is aggressive as ever. Wide peeks that angle or just playing out in the open, no matter how you slice it. In an unexpected position, more than good enough to catch Nakiri while they were running up to make a play in Red Dot. Now starting off this next round aggressively, wants to flash out towards long, okay, takes a little while, but eventually lines up 2. Now needs to duck away. Is Nakiri able to get 1, but Alpha Knight inside the B site has found that first, and this could be dangerous. The Bulldog swing gets the first, but the ult is popped because Prevail don't really have anything else to lose here, and the Rubber Ducks have everything, so you might as well just go for it, and Prophet is absolutely going to do it. There was just way too much going on through that entire round.
Yeah, that was a lot kind of going down there. A big, what was that, Red Dot, I think it was, had that double right off the rip, which was really big on that corner on what B short kind of over your B port garden area. That was, I mean, huge double to open things out and didn't allow Prevail to enter that site. It does look like after that we are going to be seeing Prevail take a timeout. Understandable here because they aren't going to really be in a place where they can invest here, but you know, after this round, you're going to be stuck in a, it's kind of a tough situation, right? Because if they win this and then they win the following round, they're just 2 off, momentum big on their side. I think they're wanting to make sure they take a second, keep the heads cool, and realize, hey, we're on the verge of this. We don't want to, you know, we don't want to fumble it right on the goal line, you know?
Absolutely not, as we're getting up close and personal with the fade. Zero clearly doesn't have a problem with Zero personal space, as I'm just kind of waiting for the next half to start. I really like what we've been seeing this half from Rubber Ducks, but again, it's just been trades back and forth. Since those first 2 rounds, we have just been seeing 1 round to Prevail, next round to Rubber Ducks, back and forth, back and forth. So should that pattern stay consistent, Prevail will win this round. That pattern, though, does not take into account the fact that they have 1 Phantom, all classics, and a couple of armors at least invested for now. and the Phantom's been dropped on the ground, I believe, or just sold. Either way, Mac's just going to go for the Sheriff. Nobody has that Phantom anymore. So it's a Spectre light armor for Baller Steve. Everyone else just has pistols with little bits of utility, little bits of armor sprinkled about the PVL attack, but it's not really going to be too effective an attack, at least based on what we can see right now. And Red Dot is able to get Raya down first, so it's a really good start for Rubber Duck.
Yeah, at least gets you the first one here. And I mean, PVL, you mentioned Arya, the guns disadvantage. Now you're at a numbers disadvantage here as well. And, we're going to be seeing them trying to slow play this potentially over towards the direction of Showers. We can even see as far as on the mini map, we do have a rotation over towards B. Actually, that pick by Fair here could be really big, as you can see, rocking the Headhunter, especially if you happen to find Red Dot here, because if you have a second player fall over to this side, that would cause a big rotation over into that direction. We see Red Dot at this point turning with the homie. Oh my goodness. We see Fair gets one. That's 0 that goes down. Fair, if you turn the corner. It's all right. That's big because that gives you the information that you know Fair's over there. You can see that they're entering onto A. They've got A control. However, Nyx turns the corner, finds 2 with the classic. Actually, that was 3 with the classic, and that is going to be the defuse. And now you're looking at 12-9.
They're not dead yet. Nyx is so clutch in that situation. What a huge play with a classic as well. Just right clicks the first, spams down the second, a bunch of headshots, and just like that, it's been the first time all half since the pistol and the follow-up round that it has not just been that back and forth pattern. So it's the perfect time to buck that trend, because already on 12 are Prevail, in need of 3 more in a row. Rubber Ducks as we get into our 22nd round of this long contest, and it could go even longer if Rubber Ducks have their way.
Yeah, this is tough because, we did see Prevail was on such a roll, and can't help but wonder if, the little bit of a stall might have been just enough to take the wind out of the sails here. Now trying to see if they can make a play. It is going to be seeing Baller Steve default all. Not
They're
defaulting back. They're actually in the spawn. You're going to be seeing Baller Steve going to be able to get one. Now trying to come towards the back side here. And with Rhea also finding one, Seeker's coming out. This could be trouble.
That ult from Baller Steve was huge. They knew what to expect, but Nikiri just lost the gunfight straight up, and that might just have won Prevail this game, this round, this game, this everything. As they've got a 4 versus 2 in the post plant, walling off the defender spawn. Eventually is broken by Red Dot and 0, but they've got their work cut out for them. The problem with that is it's not really easy work at all, as Baller Steve Insomnia forward gets the first one, doesn't even get one. It's Fair and Mac both assisted by Baller Steve to make it 13-9 for Prevail. They do such a good job closing that one out. It got a little shaky at the very end, and Rubber Ducks maybe stood a chance, but Prevail were just at too great an advantage and just did too good a job closing that out. Really good job to Prevail. Also, GG as well to the side of Rubber Duck, but it's going to be Prevail prevailing in this match and moving on to our grand final against the one and only X13.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie to you. I was feeling it a little bit for Prevail. There it almost felt like we might have seen that the pause was almost doing them in, the icing, the kicker, so to speak. And it wasn't even from one team or the other, just unfortunately a bad server. But they were able to come out here on top. Of course, since we are behind here, we're going to go ahead and try and take us a quick little break before the grand finals. And then we've got a best of 3 here, as you were talking about, between X13, GG, and Prevail. Take yourself a quick second to get some food, get yourself a drink. We'll be back after this.
Chase the wind and touch the sky. A star's light shines on long after it dies. Oh, in the night, I live every day as if it's your last. Our memories been bright like beacons of the past. Oh, in the night, now we race against the sun. Now we race against the sun. Ooh. sun. Now we race against the sun. Now we race against the sun. Now we race against the sun. Ooh.
I live inside my own world of make-believe. Kids screaming in their cradles, profanities. I see the world through ice covered in ink and bleach. Cross out the ones who heard my cries and watched me weep. I love everything. Fire spreading all around my room. My world's so bright, it's hard to breathe, but that's alright. Hush. Take my eyes open to force reality. Why can't you just let me eat my weight in glee? I live inside my own world of make-believe. Kids screaming in their cradles, profanities. Some days I feel skinnier than all the other days. Sometimes I can't tell if my body belongs to me. I love everything. Fire spreading all around my room. My world's so bright, it's hard to breathe, but that's alright. Hush. Content, hold your breath and feel the tension. Devils hide behind redemption. Honesty is a one-way gate to hell. I wanna taste consumption. Breathe faster to waste oxygen. Hear the children sing aloud. It's music till the wick burns out. Be carefree lately, yeah. Just picking up daisies. Got one too many quarters in my
pocket. Scanning like the four-leaf clovers in my locket. Untied laces, yeah. Just tripping on daydreams. Got dirty little lullabies playing on repeat. Might as well just ride around the nursery and count sheep.
Oh, I got lost on the way to you in an orange sky by the ocean blue. Every mile lost, my soul renewed, taken by the sunrise and the golden view. Walking slowly in the mountains underneath the constellations. Yeah, I know that you've been waiting for me. Time is losing all its meaning, like I'm living in a dream, and I've been chasing all the feelings I need. It's in these moments with words unspoken, my eyes wide open, life tastes so sweet. It's in these paradise. Won't change your mind. Can't shake the lights. I'll take the chance and roll the dice. I want it all, just for the night. I live it out like I'll never die. I lose my head in the starry skies. Can't chain me down, I feel so alive. Back down, only one way out. I let you run my life. Now you won't get me down. Untamed, guess I lost my mind. You turned me inside out. No one can stop me now. So turn up the light. Turn up the light. This is what I waited for. 'Cause the clock keeps ticking, hard for me to keep up. I can't take it no more. 'Cause the time keeps turning, feels just like it speeds up. It's what I waited for. Close your eyes, seek paradise. Won't change your mind. Can't shake the light. I'll take the chance and roll the dice. Just wanna feel the stars surround. The atmosphere never to come down. I'll stand alone, whether right or wrong. It takes me home, right where I belong. Back down, only one way out. I let you run my life. Now you won't get me down. Untamed, guess I lost my mind. You turned me inside out. No one can stop me now. So turn up the light. Turn up the light. This is what I waited for. 'Cause the clock keeps ticking, hard for me to keep up. I can't take it no more. This is what I waited for. 'Cause the clock keeps ticking, hard for me to keep up. I can't take it no more. 'Cause the time keeps turning, feels just like it speeds up. It's what I waited for.
Cold at the touch, dead in the eyes. No signs of life no more. I put your love under the knife. Leave me to die here all alone. No signs of life no more. No, a crying dove may never fly. It's black and white. Yeah. Black and white. Oh, 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 oh. It's black and white. No more. black and white. No more, baby. Love, no more, baby. Just black and white. Just let me go. It's only right. For all I know, it's only matter. It's calico. It's black and white. White, white, white. Just let me go. It's only right. For all I know, it's only matter. It's calico. It's black and white. White, white, white. It's black and white. Yeah. Black and white. Oh, 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 oh. It's black and white. It's black and white.
I'm feeling lovesick, but I kinda like it, feels like a trip. Got my temperature rising over you. I think you need a doctor, so do you. And I'm feeling you a lot 'cause of the way you say you don't want me to go. Put on a movie, then hold me close. You are my LSD, so I don't need ecstasy. And before I was better alone. Never thought I'd say it, knowing you. No, I thought there'd be nobody but you. I want nobody. And I got strange feelings for you. Can I stay with you? Do you feel strange too? Do you feel strange too? Got my heart racing over you. I think you need a doctor, so do you. And I'm feeling you a lot 'cause of the way you say you don't want me to go. Put on a movie, then hold me close. You are my LSD, so I don't need ecstasy. And before I thought I was better alone. Never thought I'd say it, knowing you. No, I thought there'd be nobody but you. I want nobody. And I got strange feelings for you.
see what's below. Just tell me where you wanna go. You can name the place, yeah, you can name the time. We can leave it all behind. No stop or rewind. Before we running out of time. I can see us both flying around, chilling in a pool right by the coast. I can see our clothes down on the floor. I can see it all, baby, we should go. Get set, go, take off. Just tell me where you wanna go. North Pole, East, West, baby, I'll go anywhere. We'll take a plane and take a boat. I don't really care, just as long as it will get us there. Cause I wanna see what's above. I wanna see what's below. Just tell me where you wanna go. You can name the place, yeah, you can name the time. We can leave it all behind. No stop or rewind. Before we running out of time. I can see us both flying around, chilling in a pool right by the coast. I can see our clothes down on the floor. I can see it all, baby, we should go. Get set, go, take off. We can leave it all behind. Why? Before we running out of time. I can see us both flying around, chilling in a pool right by the coast. I can see our clothes down on the floor. I can see it all, baby, we should both get set, go, take off. You know the strings to holding me. They make
Guys, we're back. After this break is it's over. It's done. It's been so long since I've spoken, I've forgotten how to speak the English language. Fortunately, I'll have a good amount of time before we actually start this grand final. Myself, along with your boy Q as well, we'll be taking you through. We've been taking you through all night. We got through our first couple semifinals, and we finally made it to the main event of the day, the grand finals. This cash prize is now going to be on the line for both these teams still remaining. $70 go to the winner, 30 bucks to the loser. So either way, you're making a little bit of money, but you want that 70 because that's more than 30 and that's normally pretty good when it comes to money, isn't that right, Q?
Yeah, I mean, more is all, mo cheddar, mo better, in my opinion. You know what I mean? So, it's going to be interesting here. So, of course, it's going to be the only round of the tournament that's not just a best of one. This is going to be a best of three. Map choices have kind of come around here. We're getting ready to start map one, and we've started to see it come out in, VCT for the first time in Istanbul. We're going to be starting there for our grand final. We're heading to Pearl.
Ooh, yeah, it's going to be interesting. Pearl. It's my first time casting a Pearl match. I've definitely watched a good bit as it's been very present, like you mentioned, at the Champions event that's going on. Of course, a very, very popular one, but it's still going to be interesting to actually get to cast it for the first time because we get to see some of those strategies come in. And of course, the players at the highest level who are making hundreds of thousands to play this game and playing it against the very, very best in the whole wide world, they're all going to have their strats figured out. They've got people on payroll to tell them what to do and what the best strats are. But for this tier two, tier three scene that we're watching in this tournament, it might not be as figured out. Maybe they're going to have a bit more reliance on sort of aggression or maybe just unexpected strats as opposed to being way more structured. So I'm interested to see how these two teams will play into one another. Of course, both looked really good in their last series, with X13, of course, looking better, but it was still a pretty solid last series from Prevail as well.
Yeah, I think the big thing from Prevail is might have seen them take just a little bit of a dip after the timeout, but otherwise, even when they were losing rounds, never necessarily felt out of control. You know what I mean? So that's the good thing. Walking away still with that 13-9, still looking solid. But I mean, X13, it looked really good in their own right in the first game. So I when these best of threes, I don't always necessarily wanna say that the first round is necessarily like a must win, but I feel like for both teams who we've seen can build momentum and maintain momentum, it feels like the first is almost in that point, but does look
Yeah.
like we're getting ready to start things off. Vote, no, not getting ready to start things off. Give us just a
Yeah.
moment, but I mean, man, first map, Pearl, I'm excited to get into something different.
Oh yeah, something new, something we haven't seen a repeat of any maps yet. Of course, we will be seeing repeats of maps later in the series, just in case um, you are interested in seeing what we've got coming up. It's actually two consecutive repeats, as we've seen Bind and Haven tonight, not necessarily in that order, but regardless. Map number 2 in this series is going to be Bind, and map number 3 will be Haven. And X13, fun fact, are starting an attack for every single one of these maps. So they are going to be on the attacking side for every single map they play in this series, but the first one is the focus for now. We head to Pearl as we begin the grand finals of the Valorant Whiteout Weekly by Frost Esports, and already seeing some interesting hovers. Maybe Fair goes to Phoenix and Arena. I don't know. I maybe it's just a troll hover, but maybe.
I mean, we've been seeing since the changes, we have been seeing Phoenix a little bit. I don't know about so much on Pearl here. I think now kind of more what we're seeing with the Chamber Fade definitely makes more a little sense. I feel like with this map, knowing that rotations do take so long, knowing that you are going to rely on, one player more than likely to really need to lock down an area, don't be surprised to see multiple controllers come out. But right now, at least going to be seeing the chambers, and I also like seeing the Astros also coming out. Astra bringing so much utility to the table, can really offer some different varieties of strategy.
Yeah, and speaking of varieties and strategy, no duelist composition for X13. They've already picked it out, and as of now, it doesn't look like Prevail will be going for a duelist unless Alpha Knight chooses to lock in the Arena and does go for that. Yeah, so the Arena lock in for Grand Finals. That's the only duelist in the entire, well, really in the entire lobby for the time being, as X13 we'll probably be using a combination of KO and Fluky on that chamber to get some of their opening picks, but it's the Reyna for Alpha Knight. And playing the Rays last time, Alpha had a pretty good map, but we'll have to see if this Reyna pick can actually work out here, because I don't believe it's the most conventional of a choice for Pearl.
Yeah, it's definitely a interesting composition here. I'm gonna be interested to see how things play out for them, especially um, both sides. More so, I think on the attacking side, because they have a lot available at their disposal as far as utility and stuff, and interesting ways to get into sites, even though without having a duelist in their own right. So, um, you mentioned it
Hmm.
here. We are grand finals, 15
Hmm.
seconds away. The pistol round, of course, being a little bit different, doesn't necessarily set the tone, right? Pistol rounds, all you got to,
Hmm.
usually going to be a little bit more of an aggressive play. I do feel like looking at these compositions again, knowing that you have no duelists, we will be probably seeing more of a slower, methodical pace after here.
Yeah, and this is a double sort of sheriff headhunter play. Two of the most deadly pistols, probably the two most deadly pistols, playing together towards B main. And as long as the angles can be, that's exactly where you want your headhunter and exactly where you want your sheriff to be playing. But action's actually happening elsewhere as Fair is able to get that first kill. But the action that happened elsewhere was almost entirely in favor of PVL as Mac goes down. But X13 have lost everybody but Weekend and Maybe as X13 now rely entirely on their Fade and their Viper to get out of this sticky situation. And well, they're very, very near all the remaining players for PVL.
Yeah, the tough thing was they really needed to commit around the corner at A main as soon as they picked up the spike, but instead they hit that little hezzy, allowed the rotation over. They heard that rotation into the site, so now they're gonna head backwards. But we do have two people set up here in the mid. So when you turn this corner, maybe here going to be outnumbered, even though they're not necessarily out here in the mid. You can see trying to clear the right side. That's a one-shot tap, but quickly moving through is also the opposite fade. That's going to be Rhea. So a potential pincer here in the middle here
Mm.
is going to have to worry about that. Falling back though
Mm.
is fair. That allows them sight or entry into the site, the spike going down, but you can see very little
Oh,
help. At least able to get the tag here with the ghost. WKD, the only one left. Oh, that's a big shot.
oh. But unfortunately, it's not a big enough shot to get anything afterwards. WKD, a good attempt, and well, a really good attempt overall from X13, trying to pull that one back, but maybe shut down on the spike plant there. A huge kill came through from Fair, and that was crucial to win them that round almost single handedly because, well, it was just so effective in just actually getting that spike plant player dead, making sure you shut down that opportunity, put in a 3 versus 1, 10 seconds left. You have no sort of play in that situation for WKD other than hoping for some miracle kills, and that's not what we saw.
So now here, of course, after winning one, obviously going to have the weapons advantage. We see Rhea turns the corner. Nico's
Oh,
going to be able to find one. Maya maybe also finds one, but we've seen trades. It's still a 3v3 here.
oh,
Alpha Knight not going to be able to thought be able to find a
oh,
quick tag,
oh.
but not going to be the case.
Somehow
Fair
nobody's dead
actually
there.
falling. This has actually been a kind of like a crazy round watching.
Yeah, it's been weird. Somehow nobody dies early on. WKD near Alpha. Oh, spots one, but barely a little too late. Only able to trade out the teammate there as Matt goes down first. It's Alpha Knight in the 1 versus 1 against Strode. Pushing out. Here comes the Lear. Perfectly timed, and the shots are perfectly placed right on Strode's head and Prevail. We're able to take that second round on top of the first one. A little too close for comfort, but still a round win is a round win. And the extra BM little cherry on top to make sure that X13 know that you're in the driver's seat. You've got the first couple rounds under your belt.
Yeah, a couple quick kneels to assert dominance here for the head games. I mean, of course, you're setting up for a potential long play here, right? Best of three scenario for the first. And if, you might be able to do what you can to send a little bit of tilt on the other side, why not? Now, you'd mentioned how that was a little bit too close for comfort. So, not going to be able to quite invest into this round as maybe they might particularly have hoped if you're Prevail. And we're going to be seeing Fair is going to have to fall back here all the way to the far side of our site. I mean, you are in the tower here. You've got the
Mhm.
headhunter. That's at least going to be the good news for you. Not going to be able to find the connection, however. And now, of course, with the smoke coming out from the Astra, that's a free plant.
Yeah, it's going to be basically free Fair. Not able to land any of those miracle shots through the smoke. As now Baller Steve does get one, but it was only just a trade of Raya. So Prevail just can't seem to find an advantage for the life of them. That is until Fair peeks down that staircase and is able to take down Nico. So they've got the first couple of rounds under their belt, and now 3 versus 3, looking to take this one as well. Baller Steve with a couple of crucial stars into the back of the site, but might not even matter because everyone's just going down before they can even reach it. Never mind. Baller Steve still stands. That is until Fluky intervenes. And Baller Steve is no more as X13 are able to find their first round and make sure everybody knows we've got just as a competitive a map as ever here on our first map of the grand finals in Pearl.
Yeah, now this is the good news though for you if you prevail, right? Because you only had one left standing, even with the very big gun disadvantage here. So this is going to be a very,
Mm.
very big round for X13 because you still had enough in your econ. Yeah, you might have a couple of half shields like you do on Fair here, who's going to be rolling in with the op, but you still got, rifles all the way across the board. If you can win this round on X13, X13 is not going to be able to reinvest in this next. Two turns into four quickly, and then we're almost to that halfway point. So this is a big round for X13. They really need to double up.
X13, it is going to be crucial, and they've got a decent start already. Lowering one member of Prevail down super duper low. That's Mac, your KO. Not going to be as high HP as they were before, and nobody on this team can heal unless you're talking about Alpha Knight healing himself, but it's not really going to help Mac in this situation. As well, we have reached a bit of a stalemate towards middle. Control established for X13, but the question now becomes what will they do with that control? So far, only answer we've found is, well, nothing so far.
Does look like now we're going to be seeing Fallen back. You are going to potentially be seeing a rotate over towards B. The only problem, they don't know about Fair. Looking all the
Oh.
way down long here, has the op, does have the rendezvous, steps very quickly up through the
Oh,
smoke, not going to be able to find the connection, is going to know that you have
oh.
plenty of people there, turns through, finds Schroed, but has to fall back. Alpha Knight, though, around the corner, also with Nico, and
Hmm.
oof. Fair, the only one that's been able to find frags thus far, has two left.
Matt gonna toss the fragment into the back, and the Psych gets the first one with the gunshots, but the fragment not good enough to take Fluky down. Left on 30 HP, but still a dream, as this 30 health might be all that they need to win this one out. Oh, knows they're getting pushed from the left side, deals with the right side first, now 1 versus 1. Ring around the rosy, and might just have that timing on that final member, chamber on chamber, but Fair pushing around. K win it with the classic 4K clutch for Fluky as X13. They've got the better chamber in that round, and they've got a tied game as they win out round number 4.
That was huge. 6-2 right now from Fluky off a big round that last round here. And this is this is what we were kind of talking about now here. If you're X13, even though we had rifles the last round, it was kind of a little bit of a force buy from Prevail, and they're not going to be able to advance this round. So just like they were worried about two quickly turning into four, two at least on their side should be able to turn into three. The big thing right now for X13 in round number 5 right now is you need to be playing this patient. You need to make sure you minimize the amount of damage that gets turned over. You only have the ability to really turn over one rifle here. As you can see, they're very quickly moving their way into A. They should know that these people are going to be grouped up. You just have to make sure you remain standing.
Yeah, so for now, the question really is what can X13 do against these groups of sort of hooligans running around with just pistols? That's going to be the question we're waiting to answer is maybe might just swing at the right time. Fair's actually popped the ultimate here, and Max got one, but Weekend does trade back and trades back in full, gets 2 in a row, and now it's really just Fair with that ulti, but Raya's actually picked up an operator. They can take the long-range engagements, and they can take them well. Raya gets that one as well, but Nico was able to find one just before, but it doesn't matter because the Fade as the op and does not care how what HP everyone's left at, but Schroed doesn't care if he's into 2 operators. He'll win it out just the same and does live to tell the tale at the very end. This spike's just a bit too far away. That's a third round as X13 now on 3 consecutive, and that's 2 consecutive clutches. This time it's Schroed to save them.
Yeah, they definitely seem to be firing all cylinders. And remind me, I feel like this may be a little reminiscent of the last time we saw
13.
X13, right? Kazin,
They
didn't
lost
they
the
win the
first
first
2.
two? Yeah, and then
Yep.
they went on that roll.
Yep. That is quite literally a perfect description of what we saw last time around. And even on our last map, we've seen just generally very streaky games so far. So hopefully we're not going to see exactly what we saw last time from X13. As much as X13 are a great team, and I would love to see them win, I would prefer it not be in 13 to 4 fashion. But Fluky really doesn't care what I'd prefer. just wants to take down as many people as possible. 2 kills really quickly, and the tour de force is a force to be reckoned with in this round as X13 really starting to show just how deadly they can be once they get going.
And we can see here, it's going to be really left to fair right now. You either need to win this first 1v1 or at least buy enough space. You're going to be able to destroy the haunt. You are going to change your corner, but we can see spraying
Oh,
through the Viper wall. We're going to be able to
oh,
move in, tries
oh.
to prevent the plant, going to be able to at least do that. Buys time for the other two to move in, but Alpha Namite does turn in. Rhea turns the corner. Maybe he's going to be able to find the frag here as it's going to be 3 that round. And each round, it seems to be somebody else coming in with the clutch. And I think X13 just seems to be firing on all cylinders. They're getting the momentum, and it's going to be up to PVL to try and stop the train before it gets too moving too much.
Yeah, and the one thing about trains is that even if you're driving the train, it's really hard to hit those brakes. Infamous thing about I don't remember how long it takes specifically, but I know for a fact that like if a train sees someone like eh, basically if you see something on the rails and you know it's not moving, you're not going to be able to stop it. By the time you can see it, you're not going to have enough time to brake. And well, I guess that's Happy's train fact of the day. I don't know, but fair will get us back on track, is able to get that first kill, but is taken down. So both chambers are dead pretty quick, but it looks like it could still be a bit of a heavy A push for X13.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, we're pretty well committed here. We are going to be seeing that Viper's Pit coming out. Baller Steve finds one, but it is responded by the weekend here. So it is 3v3 still. 13 weekend finds a second one that's going to allow for this spike to get planted. Baller Steve, once they step through, of course, they got to be worried about getting spotted. Falling back here, maybe he's going to be able to get their one. The last one being left is Baller Steve. They're going to get
Oh,
tethered, although I'm not sure the tether really mattered. Maybe he's still going to be able to find the frag, and that is now 5 in a row.
yeah, it looks like your initial gut feeling of this is what we've seen X13 do already with lose the first two, win a lot in a row is already proving to be true. Even if they aren't able to keep this streak up, they've already got 5 in a row, which is not normal. They are doing a fantastic job here on on Pearl so far. And well, I mean, definitely proving to be a good selection of maps, at least for X13, is looking really comfortable so far. And, well, already establishing some strong mid control and immediately falling off of Art, falling off of mid doors towards the link already are Prevail. They're not trying to contest this. Next 13 just have the space to work with.
And we're going to see Nico tries to get the entryway here. The Haunt goes up and not able to get up in time there. And now in, I don't want to say in full control, but at least they got the middle. It seems pretty well in control as Rhea looks to turn the corner, going to turn at the wrong time. Nico's already turned to their way. Nico's able to get the frag, is looking back the way of Rhea coming
Oh,
here.
oh, okay.
Rhea gets the
Okay.
double here, actually turning the corner. You've also got the location of the spike here. That's going to be big because now you just
Oh,
get the
no.
kind of, oh,
Oh, no.
then
Oh,
that
no.
happened.
Oh, that hurts the soul. That one, that's that's gonna just well, yeah, it's I guess that's why you buy a Vandal as the WKD peeks in and well, might not have had to swing it at 2 players at the same time if that headshot had gotten that kill, but not meant to be, I suppose, in X13. Well, their streak to 10 rounds consecutive, like they had in their first map, well, it's not meant to be in this map, is already shut down after the 5 in a row. Still a lead for X13 and still pretty solid economically speaking, but Prevail do take that round, their first real gun round win, and that is without a doubt going to be establishing some confidence for them going forward.
And even, still after that last round, you mentioned Econ still decent on the X13 side. Also decent here on the Prevail side. So
Oh,
this rail, not really as big. Nice shot though by Fair onto Show. That's the op for you. We see some prowlers coming out, trying to both buy some space as well as delay some space. Fair looking back with that op,
oh,
going to be unfortunately blinded. So not okay, but gonna do just that. If you would have been able to turn the corner and hit the third one, I would have absolutely lost my mind, young man. But now we're going to be seeing having to turn the corner. WKD gets 2, but now it is going to be all left to Fluky.
Fluky just has to work alone, but that's perfectly fine in his eyes as the Cosmic Divide can't shut him down, and neither can the Flashbang. Fluky through the wall gets another clutch at X13. It's just so good round after round from them. And the consecutive rounds are shut down, but that doesn't mean they're shut down, not by any sense of the term. Fluky still very much alive in X13. Get a 6th round as well.
Yeah, and after seeing the 6th round, 6th of 7, we got to remember that Prevail did win the last round, but we're going to be seeing the timeout coming from Prevail here, and it's
Yeah.
understandably so. They're not going to be able to full invest here. I'm not sure if maybe the IGL might have seen or heard something that last round as well, but yeah, I feel like this is a perfect time to reassess the situation. You got 3 rounds left in the half. It's not necessarily out of control. The big goal this round, looking over what econs right, if you can at least get some rifles out of the hand, get people to have to reinvest in the next round. Then when you've got full rifles, you win that round. Then when you go into the last round itself, you might have the guns advantage. Then you're looking at minimal damage really done heading into halftime, but it's going to really require a three, not really a 360, a 180. I would say here as far as the side of Prevail, because even the couple of round that the one round that they dropped, it felt kind of fluky, right? After the pistol and the bonus, it's really been
You had to have
X13's
you
game.
had to have done that one on purpose. Kind of fluky. You knew what you were doing there. Come on now.
Oh yeah.
But when I look at Prevail, I can't help but notice you picked the Reyna. It was a curious decision, and now the Reyna is doing a lot worse than everybody else has been doing so far. As well, it's not easy to be doing as well as Fair's been doing so far this map. It's been just such a good start for both chambers, and Fair in particular. Most kills in the lobby now, and doesn't show any signs of stopping anytime soon. That is until maybe swings around and gets that kill. Might be able to get Raya as well. As Raya left on just a classic here, it was really just a tour de force in the round. So now they have much more, or much less rather, to work against. They being X13 is in this retake. It's 2 Spectres and 0 utility and 0 really guns at all for Raya. We'll have to wait and see if they can work this out.
Yeah, the other thing that's unfortunate as well is they're going to have to try and pull a 3-person swing around
Oh,
this corner. Maybe he's going to be able to get the bullet transfer. So they've got the 3-piece here at this point. It is a 2v1. And you
oh,
see, they were able to get fluky, but WKD is going to be able to be there. And that is now, as we were kind of expecting, another round on the board for X13. Now 3-7. If you don't win this round, though, if you're Prevail, now you're going to be looking at a potential 3-9, and starting off the grand finals that way is not where it's at. So this round is going to be very, very important.
yeah, it's gonna be huge in this one, as like you mentioned, Prevail. They lose this one, then they're gonna have to force in the last one, and at that rate, you might as well just lock in the 9-3 at least. Well, the forces they can go well, and we've seen them go well for both of these teams. But I mean, so far, not much has been going well for Prevail, other than well, Fair having a really solid map, and Baller Steve's been having a good performance as well. But again, it's just Fair doing way too well, trying to drag this team forward with round wins, but and nothing has worked out so far. Nico gets rezzed towards B main. Nobody has gone down yet other than Nico, and WKD the first one to find a kill. Down goes Baller Steve. Disadvantage going in the retake. You still go for this here, but maybe you could save that money. Fluky able to get another one, but Prevail. Things are looking rough. Oh, oh,
It's okay. We got the
okay.
headhunter. We found one. Not going to be able to find the second, though. Fair is going to be able to get one in return. Right now, though, it is going to be left to WKD. You see, sending out the snake bites here, trying to see if they can at least make a play there. But I don't think they're going to be able to do anything. We're going to be seeing Rhea just go ahead and fall on back, get this save as far as on the rifle. And now, yet again, another round on the board. This is now going to be 8, and you've got plenty of rifles still saved, so full buys across on their side. Whereas you're not necessarily going to be able to say the same thing, I don't think, if you're PVL. Yeah, you're going to be seeing a
Yeah,
Marshall, Bulldog. This is tough.
it's definitely dire straits at the time for Prevail as well. still a little bit of money left on some of the members. But I was mentioning earlier, Alpha Knight stands out to me here because, well, that Reyna pick can work out if you are like top fragging, if you're having impact in the rounds. Not only is Alpha Knight not top fragging, they're bottom fragging. And I don't want to
Right.
just pick on one player, but when you pick the Reyna, you really need to get those kills. Unlike really every other agent in Valorant, every single thing in Reyna's kit is specifically designed around letting her get a lot of kills. So the fact that Alpha Knight isn't really playing super well, I wonder what would be happening if anything would be different if either Alpha was having a bit of a better game or on a different agent. And there you go. Early pick again found onto Alpha Knight. And now it looks like we might be able to find a ninth for X13. They're at an advantage and they've got the better guns. It's looking rough for PVL.
We are going to be seeing at least the entry onto A here. Thanks to the Viper's Pit. Also going to be able to get a little bit of extra information. Bomb's going to, or the spike's going to be going down, but, you know, we're going to be seeing, I was going to
Oh,
say, a couple people rotating over. Unfortunately, they're going to be falling. This may actually be a fourth round that would be big.
oh,
Fair steps through, going to be able to find one, looking the right way, but maybe sitting just outside the Viper's Pit. Now all going to be left to Mac here in
oof.
Road. Actually going to turn things around too. That's X13 on the board for 9.
Yeah, X13. This is just a really, really solid map from them so far. Mentioning it again and again because it just feels like they can't be stopped for the time being. Fluky has been having so many good clutch plays, maybe just behind on the scoreboard. WKD also going positive. Schroed and Nico providing the kills when necessary, providing that team utility. Schroed in particular on the Astra doing such a good job giving ways into these rounds for X13 and using the nebulas and the nova pulses and the gravity wells to the fullest of their effect. As well, you can't get a 9-3 half without everything going at least pretty darn solidly for X13. And that's definitely been the case to say the least, especially when you factor in the fact that, well, they won a pistol. They lost a pistol in the round after. So in the rounds we've been seeing since pistol and bonus, they're 9-1.
Now, I do want to remember looking back, if we're talking about repeating kind of the last performance that
Oh,
we've seen from
oh,
X13, they did follow up the second half and win the pistol round. This is going to be maybe with the double here, trying to see if they can go ahead and keep the ball rolling as far as their rounds here. That's going to be, oh, unfortunate reload
oh,
for
oh,
Nico, going to get caught out and around the corner. Now it is 3 versus 2. X13, plenty of control, as you can see they're set up on both sides of our restaurant in a main, and there's really nowhere to go if you're Mac and Baller
oh.
Steve.
Yeah, well, the one way you can go is the route of kills, and well, they've done a pretty good job of that. Mac with a headshot, Baller Steve with one as well, but Spike's been dropped by Fluky, and who but Fluky to clutch it out for them again? How many times is he going to make it work? X13 get to 10 off the back of another huge play from their chamber as the headhunter does its job and the classic cleans up the rest.
That was very impressive to watch, honestly, to be able to pull that
Hmm.
out there in the end from Fluky. Just continue to do what they do best. I mean, as you can see on the scoreboard right now, while it's up 18-8. I mean, doing what you're supposed to be doing on the chamber. I think the big thing to look as far as when you see on the other side, unfortunately, no one else really positive other than the chamber from Prevail, right? And I think that's kind of what you're seeing on the scoreboard. But we see maybe trying to play a little bit of suppression fire, pulling
Ooh.
back into connector
Oh,
as we see Fluky turns the
oh wow.
corner, gets 4. Schroed, unfortunately, isn't going to allow for anything more than the 4-piece in the shake and says, you know what, I'm going to have your fries, homie.
The fries taken away. That's the most criminal thing you could do in that situation for Schroed.
Tough,
It's
man.
necessary. You need the fries. You can't have the meal the same without the fries. It's just not the same. But, well, I'm sure Fluky's still definitely enjoying that 4-piece as 22, 8, and 4 KDA for Fluky. And it's not even like, oh, you're baiting your teammates. It has been
Right.
consistently, I believe it's 3, it might even be 4 or 5 clutches from Fluky so far this game. And then rounds like that, which aren't clutches, but he kills 4 people. So Fluky's just been doing such a good job on the chamber, and that's what you need on your chamber. And well, clearly the no duelist comp is working out well because Fluky is winning the fights when they need fights to be won. Is fair. not going to win that fight out, has to rendezvous back home. Already a spike plant 5 versus 5 in this post play.
Yeah, and I mean the one thing that is unfortunate for you is you're going to be trying to go for this retake, understanding that you're probably at the disadvantage as far as rifles here, right? So the good news for you is once you get into the short range, you are at the
Ooh.
advantage. Unfortunately, not going to be able to land that shot through the blind. Actually, Alpha Knight able to keep things alive. Weekend going to need to reload. That's going to get them killed. Baller Steve turns the corner, gets the last one. That's now at least Prevail getting their first point on the board here in this second half.
Yeah, that's desperately needed from Prevail as well, because in that situation, if you don't win that round, well, it's not necessarily over. You still got a solid chance, but it's not looking good. Things would have been looking bleak, and even coming into this round, they don't really have a good enough economy to the point where they can afford to lose a round here. As a couple players decently low, well, they're not too bad. And actually, the economy for X13 definitely worse off. So likely not going to see a full investment into this next round, and particularly if X13 lose this round. But regardless of who loses the round, I don't think we'll be seeing full buy on full buy into the next one. It's already X13, things starting off decently well, but Nico only able to trade, and now divided are the defenders as the spike plant should be allowed here, but Fluky might be able to make a play through this cosmic divide.
Yeah, the Cosmic Divide is going to at least buy you enough time to be able to get the spike down here for you. If you're Max sending that little extra blind here, just as a nice little parting gift as you step on
Hmm.
back. Yeah, Cosmic Divide is going to be dissipated as soon as you can see the extra smokes here coming out from the Astra. Fluky does have the ability to use that wall here from
Oh,
the
okay.
Viper. No one able to get the shots
Oh,
going. You can see Rhea
oh.
trying to send fire through, half at least for now. And with the Haunt coming out in the smoke, that's actually going to be the defenders winning here now on map point.
Yeah, map point, not match point, because again, this is not a BO1. We've got a full on BO3 for our grand finals, and right now, X13 looking to be the first squad to make it to 13. It would be 8 rounds in a row that would prevent them from doing so, and it would need to be 14 at that point, or 15, or 16, or blah, 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 blah. But X13 right now look pretty unstoppable, and well, although Prevail are proving me my assumption from last round wrong. They're fully investing into this round. They've got two teams fully invested. Both of them have everything they could possibly ask for, except for Fluky with like a gun, but he's got the Tour de Force, and that's just about as effective. Gets the first kill. Alpha Knight down, and now, although Prevail haven't been looking good, things really haven't been looking worse than this. It's been bad, and it's getting worse and worse and worse.
Yeah, this is really tough here. I mean, you're gonna see they might be able to get the spike down. As you can see, they spot that bit. Oh,
Oh,
well, I was gonna say
oh
bought
no.
some room, but Fluky
Okay.
turns the corner, gets three. Weekend turns the corner, gets the other 13-4 here in game number one of the grand finals. Might I point out as well, that's the same score that we had seen them beat. Literally, remember after the first 2 rounds, and then things turned. I said, this is kind of like the Kaizen round. And sure enough, it ends the exact same 13-4. I don't know if this is just their mantra of a slow start and then they turn things around, kind of that optic sort of turnaround feel or what. But man, they had quite the run there in the end.
Yeah, definitely a massive run there from X13. And yeah, I think it's so funny that like you mentioned, you pointed out so early on, this is kind of similar to their last game. And then, other than the fact that they didn't get a ton consecutive in the first half, they lost one in the middle. So it wasn't 10 straight. But other than that, it was basically a mirror, an exact replica of the last time we saw X13. I can almost guarantee, though, that the map after this one is going to be a little better. We'll probably see the X13 trend of literally the same game 2 times in a row change, although anything can happen. And because anything can happen, you got to make sure you stick around, because we've got our next map of the grand final coming up, and it would be a total shame if you were to miss out on this. So stick around for this little break.
Feel the ground shaking underneath, trying to take me alive. Get ready for the fallout. Can't stop me now. I in the sky. I'm high above the world I used to know. And I'm far from any danger, safe from any failure. Guarded, I found shelter in the storm. I'm hiding in the blue, safe between the clouds. In the blue, where I can't be found. Was a soldier in the legions, fought against the demons, fought against the monsters made of gold. But they stormed across Arcadia, following the nature, washed away the place I once called home. I'm hiding in the blue, safe between the clouds. In the blue, where I can't be found. I'm hiding in the blue. But I'm still so stuck on what used to be. Made a prison out of my mind. Watch life as it goes by. Battle scarred my own worst enemy. I'm hiding in the blue, safe between the clouds. In the blue, where I can't be found. I'm hiding in the blue. Between the clouds, in the blue, where I can't be found. I'm hiding in the blue.
Wondering how to make it play all night.
Everybody, welcome back. We made it to the grand finals, and we've already made it through the first map. In case you missed it, that was X13 taking the first map 13-4, same score by which they won the grand final. It was also a 13-4 earlier today, and as we were talking about before, both won in similar fashions, very streaky towards the middle, with a couple of losing the first 2 rounds and then taking most of the rest of the game. But going into Bind, it's surely going to be better days for Prevail. They've already won this map earlier tonight. We already know what they can do on that. X13 are a bit more of a question mark on this map, at least for us, because we haven't literally watched them play. But it's hard to really question anything about X13 considering how well they've been playing so far tonight. Would I be correct in that assumption, Q?
Yeah, I think that's fair. Now, the one thing that's going to be interesting, we did have a sub come in for Prevail, and I feel like whenever you start, even though the rest of the 4 are warmed up, and who knows, maybe Uzi, who's coming in here for Prevail, is also warmed up, but sometimes that chemistry can still be a little bit different, and can't help but wonder if that might play a factor. It could also play a factor in like the reverse side, right? It could be a positive here. So, I think that's going to be one of the things that I am going to be keeping an eye on. And I think the other thing that I'm going to be keeping an eye on is the first sign of adversity for X13, because they've definitely felt in control every time that we have seen them tonight. Even if they lose the pistol round, we know when that third round comes around that they're more than likely going to take that and flip the script. So we're going to take a look here real quick. We're going to be seeing some agent selections come in. Looks like Prevail already knows the game plan. They're going to be coming in with that double healer, and kind of like we've talked about before when we saw this Sage Sky comp, it does give you the ability to play a little bit more aggressive. I'm wondering if that might be the game plan here from Prevail.
Yeah, Prevail. I believe it's the same exact comp they went into Bind with last time, but X13 choosing a very, very different comp compared to what PVL are running into this one. Not a healer picked yet so far, and we can only assume Fluky's about to lock in the chamber, as it's a Fade, a Raze, a Sky. Oh, the Sky does heal. I'm stupid. How did I not think of that? Wow, not my brightest moment. But
to be fair, we've been rolling a bit tonight, so we'll cut you a break there. It is almost 11 in the evening here for us here on the East Coast. Later for our poor producer over across the pond from us. So we do see, though, looks like Fluky, who we did see have a pretty strong game last time around. Probably going to be locking into this chamber. Does not surprise me. So you've got some different forms of smokes as opposed to the Omen. You've got the Brim here. And of course, you do have the Fade, who can get you a little bit of room here as well. Not quite going to be the same as the Sage, but otherwise, some similarities in this composition.
Yeah, the similarities of both teams having Raze, both teams running Chamber, both teams running Sky. Of course, Chamber has been basically a lock through the games that we've been seeing, especially for Fair and Fluky. Both have been standing out on that agent. Fluky in particular had a great Pearl, and Fair was also a top performer for Prevail as well on that Chamber. So it's going to be interesting to see, like we were talking about before, Uzi coming into this series, locking in that Raze. I think it was an issue of, what's it called? I think it was a packet loss problem that was getting in the way for Alpha. So Alpha Knight is now the coach for PVL, filling in that coaching role, taking a step back, and Uzi not again. Well, this might be the only map. If they can't win this map out here, Uzi will not be playing again. That would be a correct statement. But hopefully Uzi can hop in and make the difference and get a map number 3 for Prevail, because it would be disappointing for them to go down the way that they went down last map on this map number 2 as well.
We see Mac was able to very quickly push their way across, caught Fluky over by the showers. It's going to make it a very easy turn around the corner for their friend here. That's going to mean that they've got the, at least site control on A side. We are going to be seeing a potential rotation over through the link here, but we are going to see Baller Steve takes care of the one that was already over here. So they're going to be quickly making their way through Hookah. The question is, are they going to be able to push all the way in? Thus far, doesn't look like they have been able to do so. It's actually going to be left to WKD, who isn't able to find one. 4 people still standing for... Hello? Yeah, there we go. 4 people still standing for PVL.
Yeah, we're good. We're good. We're still online. Technical difficulties happen, but we're all still here just the same. PVL do a great job getting that pistol. Now, of course, we have to mention again that X13 have lost the first pistol round every single time they've played tonight, and those have all ended up becoming 13-4 wins in their favor. So you can't necessarily say for sure that this is going to be a really, really great start for Prevail. You really need to get into those gun rounds before we can tell anything about how either of these teams are going to play across the entire map. As Mac walls off bathrooms early, makes it annoying for X13 to get through, but they'll make it through all the same. Oh, and they've got to spend a little bit more time to actually get that ult orb, but 4 players towards bathrooms, and that one just trying to throw things off. It's Schroed moving in behind Uzi, but maybe he's actually been able to get one. Uzi, though, has found 3 and ready for someone from behind, but not ready with the gun, ready with the paint shells, and that ends up getting him killed. Not to mention Fluky with one more as well, so thought this was going to be a bit of a formality, but Prevail still definitely are not out of the woods just yet, as Fluky and Schroed have guns picked up and could even be the favorites in this 2 versus 2.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting here because you mentioned they do got those weapons picked up here. Prevail going to need to find a way to enter back in onto site. Reyes slowly making their way around. We do, of course, have one of those, actually 2 of those blinds available. Fluky moving their way up to heaven here, trying to take a decent angle. Reyes probably going to anticipate that. Doesn't turn there quick enough. Schroed picks up the other here, and where we normally see the bonus turns in the same favor of the team who wins the pistol. Maybe X13 putting their foot on the gas just a little bit sooner.
Yeah, X13 do a fantastic job shutting that down, and it really wasn't a round they had any right winning. Uzi already proving to be a useful and just a generally all-around good addition to the team. Doing a great job getting aggressive in that last round, getting out there, getting some frags, but unfortunately the Rays wasn't able to win that round single-handedly, because those 3 kills towards the start definitely looked like it was going to be a round win for Prevail, but a great job for X13. Once they got those guns in hand, they just made the comeback work all the way, and now we're into round number 3, where both teams just looking to take this first advantage.
Yeah, we saw Uzi was trying to take that quick peek around the corner. Unfortunately, fell to the shells there, right? And that does move things in favor of our attacking squad. And even especially since you're going to be able to get site control and get the heal. That's big for X13.
Yeah, indeed it is, but PVL, they've got a retake to work with here, and Baller Steve is going to get the first one. Phantom picked up as well, player inside the smoke, can't deal with him though, as Mac was able to find one, but now it's just Raya and Fair up against everybody on X13. Nico denied an ace opportunity, but Raya about to be denied the right to live, as tries to peek around the corner, but gets double headshotted through the wall before anything can even happen. Raya not able to win that one out, but still a decent job getting 3 kills in that round with very low investment for Prevail. So they'll have pretty solid economy and utility to pay that they can afford paying for in this round in PVL. Maybe going to be able to make it 2-2. They could definitely use a round like this early on, because that's been the problem against X13.
You know, we had talked about potentially keeping an eye on Uzi coming in and what the, kind of the addition of that, 5th player being a sub in here, what that could mean. Uzi playing pretty solid, 5-2. Just unfortunately only been able to see Prevail, up on top as far as the leaderboard only once. And it does seem we're trying to mob our way on up here towards B. We're seeing all the way up through main, and I think you can see actually backing down, not going through long here. I think might be rotating all the way back over to A.
Yeah, definitely looks like for now, maybe not necessarily a rotation commitment just yet, but definitely considering their options are X13, and maybe not considering this position from Fair, as he might just have the flank on everybody. Swing around now might have all the lineups you could ever ask for, but take your time and it might help you even more as the trigger discipline pays off in this instance. Swing around, 2 kills with a Vandal, and now Fluky has moved into the B site, so X13 should be able to get off a spike plant. But a 5 versus 3 retake, as hard as it is sometimes to retake this bind B site, a 3 versus 5 is not at all going to be favoring your defenders. Well, if that's not going to favor you, you might as well just make it even better. Fluky's got 2 in a row. One with the paint shells for Uzi, but nobody can stop Fluky as PVL now dealing with a 2 versus 2, and all of a sudden, it's just out of nowhere so much better for X13 as it's making the ace. Not quite 1 versus 1 now as Baller Steve trying to peek around. 46 HP up against Schroed on full. Swinging around. That's the wrong time to dart cover because Schroed swings around from that cover and eventually takes it for X13 in a round they had no right winning.
Yeah, and that's going to be really tough here because we had seen, I mean, just a really nice run. Fluky, able to put up quite a few there. And now 3 might very quickly turn into 4. I mean, we're going to be seeing, a couple of shields, maybe a judge here, it looks like potentially from Baller Steve, but you don't really have much to invest. A couple of sheriffs, but on the other side, when we talk about X13, still looking solid. Full shields, 4 rifles. Fluky, we can assume, going to just worry about the headhunter and the tour de force, so why worry about any weapons here? And this is going to be tough. We see the paint shells come in. That finds 2. Finds 1, sorry.
Yeah. Well, 2 found, so effectively the same thing. Regardless of how many kills the paint shell specifically got, it's 2 kills for X13. Make it actually 4 now, as it's just left to Baller Steve. 1 kill for Prevail, so maybe not as bad around as it could be. Baller Steve actually going to make it 3 and could have a weapon swap, but Insomnia out of his mind, it just doesn't really stand much of a chance. X13 make their way to 4, as this time they start the consecutive rounds after not even losing 2. They only lose 1 to Prevail, and all of a sudden they're taking over the game.
Yeah, this is big. I mean, now if you're Prevail, you've got weapons available. You've also got plenty of ults. You've got Uzi, you've got the Omen, you've got the Sky ult available as well. But I mean, how encouraged can you really feel? 3 ults available on the other side from X13. Of course, on the other side from X13, Econ's in a good spot. They've won 4 in a row. So the question becomes for PVL, can you pump the brakes here in round number 6? Uzi sitting there with those paint shells, not going to be able to do anything. Tried to bring out the showstopper, wasn't able to do anything with it. Maybe turns the corner though, and is at least able to get the trade.
Yeah, so a good job forcing that trade there. Prevail absolutely still in this round, but the spike about to be planted by Schroed, and maybe has just got that kill on the Mac as well. So not a favorable situation for PVL, and it's just been getting worse. The Insomnia, though, could be an opening as Fair is able to double up, but then on the back end of that, Schroed doubles up. Double kill of his own found, and now it's maybe. Sees out, Haunt out, trying to catch just exactly where Raya is, but knows exactly where the Sky is trying to come out from. Here goes the Haunt. Does get shot out, so Ryan, position now known by the attackers, and X13 are just going to have all too easy a time taking him down. 3 in that round for Schroed, who has been the more of a supporting role player through the day so far, but now stepping up big time for X13.
Yeah, coming up with some big frags here for sure. 3 of them, particularly in that last round here. And now it is 5-1, and PVL caught back in this awkward situation. Do I at least try and, capitalize a little bit? Obviously, I don't want to spend too much money because we're not going to be able to spend across the board. Half shields completely. We're going to be seeing a couple of Spectres at least on the board, as well as the Sheriff. But again, every time we talk about Econ, hard to not bring up the fact that X13's Econ obviously going to be in a good spot after 5 rounds in a row. We're going to be seeing Fair now bringing out that tour de force. Actually, let me break that back. Bringing back the Headhunter. Unfortunately, gets Cost going to have to give up. I thought I was going to have to give up showers here, but actually does just enough. Shows just enough here, and we're going to be seeing that does cause our team to fall back. Kind of defaulting, might try and make a push into B because there's actually nobody guarding over there.
Yeah, it's a full rotate, and these are the strats you'll see on defender side when you don't have too many guns. You just try and put as many bodies on the same side as you can, but the bodies are hitting the floor for Prevail at the moment, and it's not looking good. Schroed's just doubled up, and now it's Uzi and Baller Steve, the only ones left alive from Prevail. Now it's just Baller Steve. Uzi taken down, not quite the flawless, but Schroed with just about as flawless a round as the Brimstone could have had in that situation. Now up to 12-3, really having a fantastic performance on smokes here. And we're a 6-1 lead now if we are X13. And, well, really discouraging here from Prevail. Was hoping they'd be able to show up and show out on the map. They've already won today, but PVL looked pretty rough. Not to mention, this was the map pick for Prevail as well. So they were confident because they already played it. They were confident because it was their pick. If anything was going to happen on this one, if they were going to have a map tonight where they show up against X13, it was going to be Bind, but it has not been Bind so far, to say the least. Is fair, though. Starts this round off strong.
Yeah, you're at least going to be able to give yourself one. Mac follows up with one here as well. So momentum turning a little bit into your side. However, Fluky finds one. Heady knows that we have one around the corner, but now he also, oh, please stop it, not like this. Going to be able to go through the portal as well after the headshot, so you don't have to worry about the Roomba that was just dropped. Uzi turns the corner here, however, trying to find Fluky. Fluky actually has 3 of them things still left at this round, as that's going to leave A wide open for X13. That's going to be the spike going down, and looking to turn 6 into 7 is the squad from X13.
No matter what they do at the start of these rounds, Prevail just cannot prevail, and X13 just cannot be kept off of 13, at least through the entirety of this tournament so far. It could be the flawless tourney with the flawless grand final to boot. Of course, you have to basically have a flawless tournament to have gotten here, but the grand final in 2-0 fashion, this dominant, would be massive for X13 as Prevail really just have not had anything to say so far through this defender half. And it's discouraging because we see so much promise from them at the start of some rounds. Like at the start of this round, they had such a good early round set of kills, but Nico gets that kill on Raya, and the noise you made embodies it perfectly, Q. It's just disheartening.
Yeah, you know, it would have at least been nice to get the one. You were trying to not only obviously get a rifle out of the hand of X13, but obviously we're trying to save the rifle as well. The only one you were able to save was the one from Baller Steve, and obviously after 7 in a row, backs up against the wall. Very understandable as to why you're taking this time out. The only thing is, it's, what do you do here? You've got 3 ults, you got a res available maybe, but this round you're not going to be able to fully invest. You don't really want to give any more momentum over either. This is a tough spot to be in.
Yeah, about as tough a spot you could be in indeed as Prevail have yet to win anything but the pistol in this map. Even last map, you could say they at least won the follow-up to the pistol. But this map, they weren't even so fortunate. It's been so many rounds consecutive for X13, and that's been the story of their day so far. And we don't want to see this. We want to see a competitive map of Valorant. Now Prevail are leaving the spike and spawn. I'd like to think that's intentional, but leaving it that far back is a little bit of a curious decision. No, they're going to go back to get it now. But that means because of actually no. See, look, nobody knows who's going to get the spike. Clearly, the communication is at least a little off. Actually, no, that's X13. That's not Prevail. Probably just having a little bit of fun there for X13. But regardless, we'll get into this round, and a good start for Fair. But can Prevail actually convert that into a round win this time?
We see Fluky turns the corner, not going to be able to catch the head of Uzi, who had poked their head around, was throwing those pink canisters here. Now Fair turns the corner with the headhunter, not going to be able to find any headies, unfortunately. Oh, I guess he got the one, but now it does not stop the spike from going down, and now trying to turn 7 into 8 is X13. You do have the numbers advantage, however, if you are Prevail. WKD, however, turns the corner, finds 2, and now you're left in a 2v2.
Yeah, so it's a massive 2v2 as the showstopper's been popped, but Uzi just kind of throws that one out there. Not necessarily sure what the goal was. Is Baller Steve gonna try and hold this side out, Insomnia, towards the corner, but hops on the defuse and immediately gets orbital striked off of, but Uzi has taken down one, so now it's just down to the gunshots for Schroed, but the gunshots have been so good today, and they'll ring true once more. Schroed does just such a good job winning it out, and although Uzi ends up with the kill, does not end up with the round, and that's just not good enough a scenario for PVL at this point.
Now this is going to be tough here because, you know, you only were, I mean, good thing for Uzi, you stay standing because you're going to notice here the rifle's not going to be completely all the way bought. You're not even talking about all the way shield. So even just the one rifle, big here for Uzi to maybe try and rectify, I mean, something here, because if you lose round 9, you're not really going to be able to invest in 10. And then we're at halftime here, being so close to the end of not just this map, but the end of the tournament on what's definitely a very disappointing half thus far. But right now we're seeing a 4v4. Seekers are out here as well, trying to see if maybe Fluky might be able to make just a little bit of noise with that tour de force, but they are stuck in the showers here right now.
Yeah, they're stuck in here, but PVL doing a great job just wiping out everybody now. Just one player remaining, and it's Fluky. And, well, I guess if you want anyone in this spot, it would be Fluky, but I don't think Fluky wants to be in that spot. As PVL finally able to make it a second round, they do prevail at least one time after the pistol. They win out this full gun round with a really solid retake as well, and maybe this is what they've been looking for. Maybe they'll start to come alive, because honestly, when I look at the scoreboard, it doesn't look really one-sided at all. I wouldn't think of this as an 8-2 round. Just an 8-2 map, rather. It's a testament to how close Prevail have been keeping these rounds, but also a testament to how clutch X13 are and how good they are at winning it out against the odds and expectations that are put in place when you lose that opening kill.
Yeah, I think the other thing that this round truly shows when you look at it, right, is how much of a team game Valorant truly is. You mentioned how the scoreboard doesn't really reflect a 8-2, but with Max sitting at a 2-8, you can kind of understand why the scoreboard reflects the way that it does. Uzi finds 1, but it's quickly found and responded with 2 from the side of X13. They're going to be able to get the spike down here onto A as well, where you can see the utility buying at least enough space for the spike to be planted. We're going to have the flash to try and create space, but it's not going to be enough, and you can see plenty of util coming in to basically keep them stuck back in this corner, this tunnel area.
Oh, but here comes Fair on the flank. Perfect timing, but revealed, so needs to go for the shot. Maybe wanted to go for that knife instead, but the gunshots are also clean. The Chamber's wiped out 3, and now it's just down to Schroed. But Raya has him dead to rights as Prevail make it work once more. 2 consecutive rounds, and they actually, I don't know if they've gotten 2 consecutive against X13, at least inside the gun rounds, not counting pistol and bonus. So this is a big change of the tides here for Prevail. Maybe a little too late, but better late than never. They're really starting to put up a good fight.
Yeah, and especially because here in this last round, you do have 2 ults available. Now, granted, one of them is really just going to be a res, but that's still very big value.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
That tour de force as well. Now, across on the other side, no one going to be even close. All you've got is the Brim's ult. Brim also worth noting, you know, Schroed, you had said how Schroed, typically one of those more role players, currently 15-7, looking really solid. Unfortunately, Fluky going to fall the fair here early. PVL going to have the guns advantage. Baller Steve looking to potentially turn the corner, is going to be able to find themselves Nico. And, wow, just PVL in control. It's a flawless round.
That's certainly a new Prevail that we have not seen all series. We've definitely been seeing it through the tournament. That's how they got here to this grand final, but we haven't really seen that form of Prevail, the form that we've seen in these last 3 rounds at all this past hour or two. I don't know exactly when their last game ended, but basically since the end of their last series, we have not been seeing Prevail in dominant form. You're starting to see why they picked Bind. They look really confident now that they're starting to play their game. It looked like all they needed was that one reassuring round. Or maybe not even reassuring, just assuring. Hey, you can win these rounds. And now that they've realized that they can beat X13, it's not an unkillable Demon King up against them. They can actually put in a serious fight here, and they're starting to do so. Prevail playing with that confidence, and that's dangerous for X13.
Yeah, Prevail, though, really going to be needing this pistol round. Fair turns the corner, going to be able to get the first frag here. They should also be able to pick... Oh, not even going to worry about picking up the orb here. Okay, I see you. Confidence. I love to see it. Fluky going to go ahead and go back up into heaven here on the A side, expecting the push. Not able to find the first shot with the headhunter. Actually, Uzi going to be able to put Fluky down. If we see PVL win this pistol round, you could turn 4 into 6, and this is all of a sudden a different game.
Find you.
Oh, it'll totally change. Unlucky haunt there from Maybe. So that could mean a retake that could have been great doesn't end up as good as it could have been. PVL holding out so well on this side. X13, though, not giving up. WKD alone against 2 full HP players with just 7. Almost won that against Fair, but Fair's headshot was in at the perfect time. And now a 5-8 scoreline. Just a few rounds ago, and maybe 10 minutes ago, maybe even less actually, it looked like this was a runaway victory for X13, but now it's a distance of only 3 rounds between these two teams.
Yeah, I mean, definitely seeing them closing the gap here. Not sure if this is PVL finally waking up or, maybe they just feel a little bit more comfortable on the attack side. We do see, obviously, know that that's where X13 felt very comfortable as we've seen them start off not in the first round, the second round, but if this does get forced to a third, they're also going to be starting on the attack side on that side as well. PVL Fair does turn the corner, gets the first frag yet again over here at Hookah, and we've got the rest of the squad from PVL looking to make a push the same way here. You see it turn the corner from Maybe. Going to be able to see, actually, that's Nico going to be able to find the kill. The only problem is he got a Vandal. Oh.
Oof. Yeah, unlucky there, but X13, very fortunate for them, and Baller Steve, though, gonna turn their fortunes just a bit. It's now a dead even round again, and PVL are in the driver's seat, and they're driving this car straight over to the A site. It's gonna be a spike plant.
Planted.
Mac gets that down, and now the question is, what do we do for X13? Can we find a gun for Schroed, first of all? And then, how good are our chances in this retake? Well, they're not very good if Raya can flank from this side. Maybe is actually going to check this, and Raya, though, is going to get that kill regardless. Not checking the right angles at the right times, and Raya just going to run away. Knows that Nico and Schroed are going to be thrown off their game now, and you might as well just save these guns over. You have a Vandal, you have a Phantom. That's more than good enough because you're not going to get this round. PVL have just made it only a gap of 2, and X13, well, this is suddenly a lot scarier of a map number 2 than you thought you were getting yourself involved into here.
Yeah, I mean, I do think, though, you're still feeling all right. Like you said, you saved the 2 rifles here. You're going to be feeling decent. You still have a little bit of leeway here. Granted,
yeah,
as you said, it's not very much. You had a 4-round lead, very quickly turned into a 2-round lead. This isn't going to be a gun round, though, for you for X13. Doesn't look like we're going to be seeing a full investment on the side of PVL. We're actually going to be having all of those Spectres over there. So the question becomes, who wins the first V1? Because that seems to be the pivot point in a lot of these rounds, as you've pointed out before.
Yeah, and this in particular is a round that X13 need to win, not because of circumstance. They can still easily win this map after losing this round, but they really cannot afford to lose a round into these guns with the guns that they have, and they're not gonna, at least by the looks of it. It's just Uzi left alive for PVL, as it was 4 kills immediately for X13, looking to make it 5, as Uzi's about to get swung on by the Horde, and the Horde will run him down. Maybe shuts that one down pretty quickly. And 6-9 now the scoreline is X13.
Nice.
Do pick up their first... Yeah, nice. X13 definitely agreeing with that sentiment, as that's their first round of the last 6 that they've won. A big round for X13.
Yeah, going to be really big for them. And, now this time around, Econ not really favorable for... PVL still in this right, which does mean you could potentially turn 9 into 10 relatively fast. You respond with those first 2 from the round with 2 in your own right. We're going to be seeing Fair both kind of, guided up by the Roomba, trying to make their way into the way they at least make their way into hookah. Not going to get a frag. You see, though, Strode trying to hold off the rest, making their way around Garden.
Yeah, Schroed is still holding on strong to this garden area. Drops the spike, wants to drop more. He's just better than you at everything you do, but not quite. Baller Steve is able to get that one back, but Fluky and maybe shut things down oh so fast in PVL. Invested a bit too much into that round for them to be content with such a one-sided loss. Is now 10-6 the scoreline, favoring X13. This round as well, also favoring X13. And, well, the turns have tabled oh so quickly once again because it looked like it could be a big comeback for PVL. But now, this round feels like a bit more of a formality for X13. That puts you on 11, which also puts you on match point, and in turn puts you on game point, series point, tournament point. For those of you who don't know what I mean by that, you're on match point. You're almost at match point. You're a round off of being a round off of winning. It's just a little thing that I say. I don't think it. I thought it was kind of easy to understand. Hopefully it is, though. I just explained it in case it's not. I'm very tired, in case you can't tell.
It's all good. It's 11:15, and I think because one more round here for X13 would be putting them on match point here, as you say. We're gonna be seeing them take this time out. 22 seconds left, needing to get the heads together, especially because this is an econ round. The biggest thing that you can do here is just make sure that you're playing together. And if you don't win this round, you need to make sure that you get at least 3, if not 4 rifles off the board.
Yeah, this is going to be massive because like you just mentioned, it's going to be important to take whatever you can away from X13 because everyone on their team other than Shroud, who's at much lower than everyone else, has at least 1,500, and then that's just accounting for WKD. Everyone other than him has at least 4,000 credits. So it's really, really rough right now for Prevail, but Fair actually able to get the opening kill. It swings back into it for another one. Who's let him off the chain like this? Still 47 HP left on him, so it'll be easy for the future engagements, but you've already gotten away with murder twice with a headhunter. Nico and a Fluky are able to take one each, but Fair has made it 3 in a row, and Uzi gets another. So now, after no time to rest in this round, Prevail somehow take it and continue to make this map so much closer than it has any right being.
Yeah, even though it's a 10-7 game, it definitely has felt like X13 for the most part has been in control, which maybe has given themselves even that little false sense of security. Because like you said, PVL only being 3 rounds behind at this point. And this could be tough. I mean, right now, winning 1 here, we can still see obviously rifles across the board invested from X13, but they are not going to be able to invest the same if they lose this round. So this could potentially be making this a 1-round game if they drop here because of how it's basically another automatic round. But as I say that, Fluky finds one with the operator, and that's going to at least make PVL double think some.
Yeah, a bit of a double take here for Prevail is you've got the disadvantage. Just going to take their time. They know they can win out basically any fight, as they proved it to you last round. No fight is a lost fight until it is finished, and, well, Prevail definitely believing that no game is a lost game until it's over. The fat lady hasn't sung quite yet, and Fair is hoping that she doesn't have to prepare anytime soon. Is Fluky getting shot through that dark cover as well. X13 gonna have to go for this retake, and no, never mind, they're not. It was even a bit of a spike plant coming through, but now X13 need to change their focuses because it's going into B. Fair's just got 2 and a 3K so far in this round for Prevail's Chamber. He refuses to give up on the game, and they refuse to give up on this game as a whole. Prevail continue to fight against the odds. In this case, the odds are maybe they're all gonna fight against him, and it's Uzi not again to win that gunfight.
Yeah, that's going to be big. And, during this little turnaround, we've seen Fair kind of start to turn things up here. We had mentioned earlier how Uzi was kind of leading the way. Right now, Fair sitting at 22 and 12. And, worth noting as far as on the other side, Fluky playing pretty good in their own right as far as in the chamber, but not quite the display of dominance that we've seen from them in the past. And while we are looking at Fluky over here and the rest of the squad from X13, Fluky's going to, although walk in with the classic, going to have that tour de force available. Otherwise, you only have one rifle. Nico, though, does have... Oh, can you make anything happen with it? I don't even know if you got tag damage. I think you got maybe just a little bit onto the Omen, but that's no value whatsoever on that showstopper.
Yeah, that's the thing about the showstopper is you really have to pop it in situations where the other team can't afford to run away or has already moved up too far, because what's going to happen is exactly what you just saw. Everybody, here's the cue, here comes the party, and well, they don't want to be there for that party. That's not something they're hoping to be invited to, and no shows stopped by that, as Schroed maybe are able to get one kill each, and then Fluky gets another towards showers rather. Should be able to get this next one under the swinging sage, as Mac, stuck in a pretty rough corner, actually swings out, doesn't die, does some damage, and then Baller Steve swings off the back of the teammate and actually gets that kill. So 2 versus 3, still in frenzy on Nico, but this will be an interesting retake to say the least.
You will not kill my ally.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting. Now it is going to be a 3v3 thanks to the revive. We're going to be seeing Mac finds one is in response to the one that maybe was able to find. So still a 2v2. Schroed, who's sitting at the top of the leaderboard here for X13, still alive, is going to send that Molly over towards the showers. Finds that one. Is going to fake the pickup, see if maybe they can force Baller Steve to step out, but time really going to be on Baller Steve's side, especially with that blind coming out. And I think this is going to be another round for PVL, because you have to commit to this. PVL is going to be able to stick their head out. Easy pickings for Baller Steve, and this is now a 1-round game.
And wow, what a fantastic job for Prevail to make it a 1-round game. This is easily the most competitive map we've seen so far, but it's kind of just felt like both teams having little streaks of dominance. It was 8-1, 8-1 at one point, favoring X13. Now, after these last however many rounds, it's a 10-9 lead. Still a lead for them, but not really much of a lead if you take into account the mental game. You take into account how well Prevail have been doing on these attacks so far. Doing a fantastic job, not getting afraid if they lose one early, and well, when they get one early, playing off of it perfectly. And well, they're going to have another chance to play well off their early kills because Fair's just got the opening kill.
And you can see Fair still looking that way through the showers, maybe going to turn the corner, also getting found here. So now in a 5v3 scenario, should have pretty good access to A. Schroed going to be the only one left. It looked like, though, Mac might be taking a look at trying to, I was going to say, just at least keep an eye on the backside, not wanting to rotate back. Nico, not a time to lose one's head. However, Schroed turns the corner, gets a 3-piece, but Fair also has 3 in their own right. It's all left to WKD. Seekers come out. That's going to get some information, at least onto both sides. Rotation coming in. WKD knows to head that way. 30 seconds left on the clock. The question becomes, is this X13 or does PVL tie things up? And PVL, just as I'm asking, Reyes says, you know what? We're going to go ahead and even things up, and let's go ahead and head to round 21.
Yeah, it's been a battle back and forth, but only back once and then forth once, if you get what I'm saying. It hasn't really been a lot of switches of control, and if you had to go off of what we've seen so far, you would only be you'd be very justified in thinking this is just going to be an easy Prevail victory at the very end. But you'd also have been justified in thinking that 8-1 would be pretty hard to lose for X13 playing the way they were, as this has been an incredibly good bind for the attacking side, whoever it ends up becoming. but I want to start seeing more from X13. I really want to feel like either team can win this map out, because right now it just kind of feels like it's Prevail's to lose, and they haven't been losing it, if you catch my drift.
Yeah, 100%, especially since we're going to be seeing this round X13, you know, obviously going to have a very light buy, half shields all the way around, one judge, one stinger. However, they are going to get Rhea down. We've got Strode, turns the corner, finds one, but it is still Prevail, only having 2 left here.
Ooh.
Okay, though. X13 still looking decent. Fluky able to pick up a rifle, as is Maybe. And now, as I had talked about the econ not really looking good since there is no buy on X13. If they win this here, this could be big, because then you're 2 rounds away, and you did it in a very deflating fashion here.
Yeah, but doesn't look like X13 will be deflated just yet. Prevail still have plenty of money left, so they don't have to worry about buying into the next one. But Baller Steve not giving up on this one just yet. Can't land a headshot though, so though he didn't want to give up eventually he will, as that's a thrifty there. Perfect kind of round to win there for X13. As well, they must have been listening to the stream and hearing what I was talking about, because they definitely want to make this a game that looks like either team can pull out on top here, because it's starting to look a lot more like this is anyone's to take.
And now it does look like this time around, whereas more they've been kind of flirting around that A side, we are going to be seeing PVL looking to potentially do what we've seen a couple of times this round, to make a quick push into... That was really nice from Show. I was going to say into Hookah, but now with the second one here from Nico, that's going to be a really tough situation, because you're going to try and make this plant with just 3 people, and we can see trying to make a quick push over. Actually, they've got B all to themselves, especially if Nico continues to look this way. But if Rhea turns the corner, doesn't see the left, that's going to be really tough. Oh no.
Oh no. Oh no. Okay. Well, Uzi really wanted that 1 kill, I suppose. Let himself die to the paint shells, and Maybe does take down Baller Steve at the end as well. And that's a really I don't know, stinky round to lose for Prevail, because now they're put in a sketchy situation in terms of the economy. In particular, Mac has to invest just the Spectre into this one. Phantoms, Vandals, and Operator for Fair, so otherwise it's not too bad. I don't know exactly what the util's looking like for them, but I can definitely see already that it's not perfect by any sense of the term. And no ultis, nobody even really close to ulti other than Mac a couple rounds away, as X13 trying to go aggressive with this ult, but again, you made the same mistake you made last time. You popped it in a place where they can just run away, and now Uzi has traded that, except Nico didn't kill anybody, so it wasn't a trade. Uzi just killed him. However, Uzi ends up doing damage to himself with that grenade. So, Uzi, unfortunate. They must have just forgot? I don't quite know. Wanted to peek around and get the aggressive kill if they could, but it wasn't meant to be, and Schroed gets that one. That's actually Spike dropped in a sketchy spot, so this could be X13 taking this round off the back of it.
Yeah, that's big here with that, and then you see Brimmy with the stimmy here, was trying to get a quick peek around the corner. Flash gonna be out. You know that you got Mac there, but you didn't know that Fair's there, and now it is going to be left to Fluky, the last one here, with the op in hand, and pokes out the corner.
Oh, wait a minute.
To find the heady. That's big, because that is the spike, but if 3 turn the corner here, I mean, you can really kind of, you know, take your pick, especially when Fair just able to hit the shot just like that. And now 11 to 12. This is so close. This is exactly what you love to see when it comes to competitive Valorant.
Oh, it is. This is easily... We saved the best map for last. Maybe not even last. I don't know. If X13 win this round, it is the last round that we'll see through this Whiteout Weekly. But if PVL take it, we will see an OT. And that's going to be sudden death. And sudden death between these two teams would be so interesting for everybody but Tex, who has just told us that it is 4:30 a.m. UK time. Our prayers are with you, Tex.
MVP.
But also, this is a really fun game to watch. But Baller Steve's going to start it off well, taking down Nico.
Yeah, and that's going to be tough here because you're going to be seeing now peeking kind of more down on that same corner where that frag came out. We've got 2 members of the X13 team, which means that we've got only, who is that? Our Chamber, as well as our Brim over here on the A side. All 5 players, however, from PVL getting ready to round the corner. You're going to be hearing the utilities coming out. They're ready to make a move in, but Schroed tries to make something happen, doesn't find any connection, and with Fluky falling, at least turns things a little bit in their favor.
Yeah, and if anybody can make a play in this situation, if any 2 players can make plays, it's Schroed and it's Fluky. Schroed gets that one and might just be winning this out, but needs to watch his back because Raya was able to get that kill. So 3 versus 3 maybe gives away that position. Has the swing of the baller. Steve gets that kill. Now advantage X13 again. And Uzi's low. Uzi's not dead yet though, but he's able to get the one Raya though. Makes it a 1v1. Sagewell actually favoring WKD, so might just be able to force this whole thing. Raya needs to swing. Raya needs to go because he might just give it up.
No way!
Defenders win.
He didn't swing in time. And Raya couldn't win it.
Bro,
X-
not like this. Oh,
X13.
that hurts so much. And I think what hurts more isn't so much that you turn the corner and the defuse comes in right after the frag. What hurts more than that is there was just that brief second of hesitation before you turn the corner, and that was just enough. And man, that is tough. And of course, with X13 able to win map number 2, that is going to be a sweep here in the grand final. And X13 taking things home, that was nuts.
That was about as nuts as it is. And even just a little more salt in the wound as well, if you noticed, just after the in that really small amount of time where everything slows down, Raya actually killed the diffuser. Eh, It was that close. It couldn't have been more than half a second separating Raya from clutching that out. It was so close, but you know what they say, pros don't fake. And X13 just won 70 big ones off the back of that mantra. Oh, wait a
Yeah,
minute,
that
hold
was
on.
bigger.
I've just been told
It's
by our it
300
got bigger.
smackers.
I was used to I just it was I'm used to the 70 and 30 since the last time I did this cast. That is even bigger now. I think it's $300 to X13 alone.
Yeah, that's huge, and it's split. But I mean, even still though, and I want to
Okay.
say,
It's whatever.
looking here, that last game, got to give it up for Schroed. And the reason that I do want to give it up for Schroed is you had mentioned, kind of more known, or at least seems to be more of like that role player, and
Mhm.
then came in with the massive. I always worry about calling it carry, but when you're not only 28 and 17, but you got 12 assists on top
Oh,
of
yeah.
that, 2 first bloods, 4 plants. I mean, literally just doing everything
Oh,
to be
yeah.
able to wrap this thing up early and make sure that everyone can try and get to sleep before midnight, at least other than our producer.
At least other than our producer, that's correct. But yeah, and one last suggestion for Fair, change your name because he is not fair. 8 first bloods in the 24 rounds that we saw. That's 33.3 repeating percent of the first kills that happened in that last map went to Fair. Ended with a barely scoreboard leading 345 combat score compared to 344 on Shrode. But that's enough rambling from myself and Q. We need to let Tex get to sleep. And also, we've got some other things to go do as well. We have to sleep as well. I'm a college student. I got class at 9:30 tomorrow. Q is a father and casts APAC events all the time. So we've got places to be. But well, for these past 4 hours, there's no place I would have rather been than right here casting this Whiteout Weekly. It was a pleasure to bring you guys along for the ride. My name's Happiness. This is Yo Boy Q and my boy Q as well. We've been your casters for the Whiteout Weekly, but it's over for the night. Thank you very much for tuning in, and have a nice evening.
I was running road so many nations. Even when it's so sweet, I end up seeing red. Is it such a ghostly revelation?
may have fucked up all my chances.
And we ain't sleeping on the floor again. We never sleeping on the floor again. For the ones who didn't make it out, for the ones that didn't see the light, for the ones that never cared, never gave a thought, found no happiness in that brand new car or the house you bought. I see you talking about the love you lost, and it was gone like way before you ever thought it was. Yeah, I took my time, no quick ones, quick run, quick gas to get back there. Hot roads, I didn't think I'd come back fierce, cause I was running roads so many nations.
Even when it's so sweet, I end up seeing red. Is it such a ghostly revelation? I may have fucked up all my chances.
It's easy, it's hard to preach, cause I've been burning trees and watching fall. If we cannot breathe out, we go forward. Sure, I was searching for cure, fishing a little wildlife. And when I'm low on fuel, I'll still be running till my back broke. Halfway, lost hope and I checked it. Hard roads, I didn't think I'd come back fast, cause I was running roads so many nations. Even when it's so sweet, I end up seeing red. Ghostly revelation. I may have fucked up all my chances.
Been around the globe, looked around, nothing fitted. Seen high and lows, but you won't even get it. Been around the globe, think it's time to admit it's not the end, but the road, and you won't even get it. Been around the globe, looked around, nothing fitted. Seen high and lows, but you won't even get it. Been around the globe, think it's time to admit it's not the end, but the road.
I was running roads so many nations. Even when it's so sweet, I end up seeing red. Is it such a ghostly revelation? I may have fucked up all my chances.